Dito ko sa...
Anyone needs an energy boost out there, I've got it.
Dami. Sige na, sige na. Mid.
You will not kill my allies! Reloading.
Ba't ka pumunta dyan?
Spike down mid. One enemy remaining. Seconds left.
Yeah, I feel it.
Ba't ka pumunta dun, Sage? Nakaano ka? Outlaw. Leo! Tagal!
Enemy remaining.
Okay. Nice.
Spike the key. Trust each other. That's all. Need a drop.
ใช่
Thanks.
Mag-wall ka, Sage. Ah, grabe! Sage pa, revive. Asa CC?
Your duty is not over.
Nice.
Camera taken out.
Spike planted.
Asa C? Ay, A pala.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
Defuse the spike.
You must fall. Then fall when you need. Here.
That's a concuss.
Ah, grabe! Ay!
Last player standing. Spike planted.
Okay. Puta.
I hate to say it, but
One enemy remaining.
Go to Spike.
Down A.
What's up? There.
30 seconds left. Spike planted.
There.
Grabe Omen. Ay! Defuse. Ay, defuse! Defuse! Tang.
They keep trying to silence us. We keep talking.
Ay, sorry. Ay, andyan ka pala.
Ako ata ng TV.
Oo, sige.
Nagpaano? Important smoke mo. Wala naman kasi smoke.
Smoke's resident. Right here, right there.
Spike down mid.
Smoke's resonating. Smoke's up.
You will not kill my ally.
One enemy remaining.
Nice!
30 seconds left.
Sakyan.
Sound is everything in the battlefield, so listen for noises. You'll hear those jerks before you see them.
Spike down. Last player standing.
Ay!
Spike
Nice.
planted.
If they try something.
Oh, hindi na matay ang kuha na ito. Ano pa eh? Mid.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
Damn.
Last round before the switch.
Mid. Mid. Revive Sage. Sage, revive Jet.
Smoke's resident.
Switching sides.
Even with numbers, anything can still. Remember.
Let's play slow.
Slow. Ah! Flank kayo, flank. Flank kayo.
Last player standing.
Okay, we know the drill. Stick to your roles and we'll crush it.
Ay, grabe.
Safe.
Siyempre, di pa nga makapasok sa ano, patay na.
Last player standing. Spike down.
I know what must
Grabing lurk yan. May gana pang mag-AFK.
Держите се, люди.
enemy remaining.
We gotta quit moving. Got it?
Smoke's up. My ult's ready.
One enemy remaining.
One of my cameras is broken. Turn it up.
Heal mo, Sage. Bobo naman. Ah!
Spike down mid.
Kill. Knife. Kita ka dyan.
Player standing.
Knife.
One enemy remaining.
Knife. Para hindi makadash. Knife! Wow. game yung utility.
One enemy remaining.
Andyan sa garage.
Smoke's resonating. That's a concuss.
Stay there. Nice. Camera. Watch him.
Smoke's resonating. I'm concussed.
Get out. Out. Request ano? Sage request.
You will not kill my ally.
Smoke's up. Smoke's resonating.
Let's go see.
Seconds left.
Right here, right there.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Ay! Eh! Okay.
Come here. Let's go. I got things to do.
Grabe na.
Spike down A.
Timing nga gitu. Stage revive.
Opponent's killed. One enemy remaining.
I have this fight. Your duty is not over.
Encore.
Let's go.
Smoke's resident. Smoke's resonating.
Nice hold.
There.
Main.
That's a good cut.
Grabe na.
This looks nice, but not nice enough to die.
Grabing outlaw yan.
Wouldn't get out of here.
Say, palit tayo. Sa'yo, Phantom. Teka, walang scan. Ayun po.
Smoke's resident.
Huwag na mag-rush.
I can work with that. Smoke's up.
Balik.
30 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
Galing! Galing na outlaw.
Smoke's resident.
Mid.
Match point.
OP.
Last player standing.
Papa, look. I made a scratch.
Andiyan na siya.
Scratch, but I made my nails look like a drawing.
Seconds left.
Smoke's up.
Andiyan din siya. Mura siya upuan. Boxers. Pwede. Ah. But you use your pencil kasi may sketch talaga siya. Masira. Ay? Kain.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
I have a wonderful electronic invention I want you to see.
We got to the point where we could control the laws of nature as electronics.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'm a hypocrite. always. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. We need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe.
Rest of the defense on the side of Sad in the front side. That said, though, Welly is just gonna kill me. Oh my god! I'm gonna go. That's how we're gonna finish this match.
Yeah, Joe trying to shut the door with a Bucky already. What a swing from Payne. You've got footwork looking for the ace. There it is.
And now Derek pulls at a main. Yep, that'll play.
Now Hugh has actually made his way in. He's closest up and is able to take care of Ange because of that. Swings back on the shot next. He's on the back. Oh man, 3v2 now and 2 stingers. They've got to keep it close quarters. And Moose will do it all himself. What a way to end things after he was the one called into...
And welcome back to Valorant Challengers North America. It has been a fantastic week of Valorant so far as we've been kicking off stage 2, and on our final day, it's time to see what teams are going to be the front runners to be starting off our second stage. My name's Sierra Dawn. I'm your host for today. Join me on the analyst desk. We have Roy and we have Emily. Emily, how are we doing today? Are you excited?
Oh, I'm so excited, especially now that we're in stage 2, where I feel like a lot of these teams, we got to see like what they're made of, and now we just get to watch their progression rather than, you know, maybe getting some upsets, maybe having some expectations get crushed. But I'm very excited now that everything's kind of stabled out a bit.
Is stabling out? I feel like we're still kind of back in the chaos of it all. We've gotten to see a couple roster changes, a little bit of ups and downs, and Roy, already it's been really interesting to see how these teams have been faring, especially too calling back to yesterday. That very first round of Swiss was kind of rough for a couple of teams, but yesterday was that opportunity to show that it was just a fluke, and it was going to be the face-off between Sleepers and Sad to try and get a win under their belts.
And I absolutely loved every minute of the Solana Duelist debut, and we talked so much about him last play, about how, you know, how much of a crazy mechanical player he was. He was sort of stuck on the Clove jail. Now they put Leo in that spot, and he's actually just on the Duelist, which looked so good. And I feel like with even more reps, with even more time, Solana is going to be absolutely scary, and so is this team Sleepers. I mean, everything that we saw on Split was pure domination on their end. It looked so good. And then you move on to Bind, one of their home ground maps. And the unconventional composition of the Jet, of the Waylay looked so good in their hands. It looked phenomenal. And of course, had esports. They're still trying to, you know, get Paint integrated into the lineup. And you know, these things take time. You know, it takes a little time. We did see a lot of moments of brilliance here from the SAD esports side. But wow, Sleepers, phenomenal looking team right now.
Yeah, I was very surprised to see the transition from their first match in stage 2 going to that second one. I felt like they actually woke up. But moving on to EG and Evictix, I think EG played really well. And although they had a little bit of a rough first match at the start of the week, they really brought themselves back and saw the composure that I wanted to see out of a roster that has insane players, super experienced. I mean, we brought in B-Dog too, which I was a big fan of him back on the Dayskis in TSM. I think he's a phenomenal duelist, and I think he definitely brought a lot more of aggression and just firepower to the roster.
And when you look at that first loss coming out from EGA, B-Dog talked about it yesterday and that it was something that they got to learn a lot from Roy, because of course they're bringing a new piece in. And if you're going to take the loss to then have a result like they got yesterday, like I think that's well worth the trade.
And I think you're actually both mistaken. They didn't add B-Dog, they added B-God. So that's the player that actually joined.
Our bad.
Yeah. Let's not forget that one. But yeah, he absolutely popped off. I mean, it was a crazy back and forth between both of those teams, but it did end up in EG Academy's favor. And I think, again, it's just one of those teams where, you know, they're bringing in a new player. You know, there's some moving pieces, and these things take time. And I think that's kind of the story for a lot of these teams, right? And as part of the fun is like discovering how these teams are going to develop and how these players are going to fit into these new systems, and just kind of just seeing these teams grow and seeing the level that they can reach before, you know, it's crunch time and playoffs suddenly is upon us. So it's fun times. I'm excited, and I'm excited for even more Valorant today. Let's get this.
Let's get this. The YFP undefeated so far, and after today, we'll find out what other 3 teams are off to a hot start here in Valorant Challengers. Of course, for our main broadcast coverage is going to be M80 going up against SRB first, and I cannot wait for that. But before we do, Roy, I tuned into your watch party for a little bit yesterday.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, you did not shut up about this word game. To the point where we're bringing it back. We're bringing it back. Yes, we are.
God. No.
Roy was a big fan of this one, guys. So if anyone's, you know, not terminally online,
oh my God,
the word pops up, you say the word. And Roy, since you're an expert at this point, I feel like you should go first, right?
Yeah, sure. Why not? Listen, I will say I'm not an expert. Please lower your expectations. I'm probably going to mess this up severely, and then we're all going to be wondering why I get paid to yap on stream. But hey, that's okay. That's part of the fun. Let's get this.
All right. So whenever you're ready, cue production in.
Ready. Stage. Oh, yup. Oh, I gotta do it twice. I always forget. There's the second round. There's a second round. Clove, cove, clone, cover, clove, clone, cove, clover. Oh, so close. Raise, ace, clove, clones. Oh my God. Clones, gecko, ace, raise, echo. Hey, not too shabby. Not too shabby.
Yeah.
I'll give myself a 6.5 out of 10. What do you guys think?
I was thinking a 4.
Okay, well, yep, the facial expression say it all. But no worries.
A 3, a 4. I don't want to like underrate because I feel like I'm not gonna do too well. I can go next. I was waiting for like the similar like beeps like they do in like all the other videos. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to get this one. Stage.
Yup. Easy.
No. Clove, cove, clone, cover, clove, cover. It's too fast. Oh my God. Okay. Raise, ace, clove, clone, gecko, eco. Gecko, ace, raise, eco.
Uh-oh.
All right.
Your favorite round.
They give you 1 beat for a word that has 2 syllables.
Yeah.
How are you supposed to do that? Okay.
Right. I'm not a robot over here. All right.
Yeah.
Can we agree that I did better than Roy though? I think so.
Oh, no. She's just straight up gaslighting you.
Okay.
Twitch chat, let us know. All right, Emily, show us how it's done.
I'm ready.
All right, let's send it.
Okay. Stage. Okay. Clove, cove, clone, cover, clone, clove, cover.
No.
Why is this so hard? Raise, Ace, Clove, Clone, Gecko, Sage, Sage, Eco, Clove, Cove, Cover, Clones, Gecko, Ace. Okay,
that shit
I
was
did pretty
not
good
bad.
though. Wait,
Yeah,
I'm actually
that
really
was-
surprised. I feel like I had to zone out to get that.
So
Wow.
we agree. Emily just wins that,
Yeah,
right?
I mean,
That
she just
was-
cleared. She cleared effortlessly.
As always,
Yeah.
I'll take that.
Oh, okay. Hey, you're gonna talk that big of a game. We're gonna bring out this game again. And you're going
Okay.
first next time. All right. But good job, Emily, on winning that one. Maybe we'll bring that out. But it's time to get serious, guys. You know, two teams winning their first Swiss stage. Now looking for the second victory. It's M80 going up against SRB. I mean, two teams here, Roy. You see these org names, you know the caliber of players already on this team. Like, you just know you're going to be in for a good match.
I mean, this is the grand finalist from stage 1 versus the revamped M80 with Kaplan, Caillou, and Uncle Nismo. I mean, he's rejoining the ranks. SRB obviously picking up smoke after losing to him in the grand finals. I mean, I think the caliber of players, the coaching staff is S tier. There's some of the best players we have in the region. There's some of the best players we have in this league. It's going to be an exciting match. I'm very curious to see what level we're going to be seeing from either of these teams. And I think this will be a very good test, specifically for M80, to see, where they stand in the team's progression, because obviously they brought in a lot of pieces into this roster. So, things are moving. And I'm kind of curious to see where they're at and how their map pool fares against a team like SRB that has a bit of a longer standing core, if you will.
And for M80, taking a look at this roster, I feel like M80's, the more things change, the more they stay the same. Stage 1, we got to see the Nismo coaching debut. He is back on the main roster. Emily, we brought him back. He wasn't done yet.
No, not at all. But I think all the additions that they've made to this roster have been pretty big upgrades. One thing that really stood out to me is Caillou and Kaplan coming in. They already have the experience built up from their previous time on Sentinels. And that IGL and coach dynamic always being on the same page is such a key relationship into what goes into a successful team, because then they can kind of guide the rest of the team to kind of fit into how they want to play. If they're clashing heads, it's not going to work. But obviously we know that that's not the case here.
I think this team, honestly, like when you look at it, it feels like they have everything. Like they have the players, they have the coaching, they have the talent, they have the backing of an org, right? That really the only enemy that they have is time. And there's also the underrated aspect of Spaz as well, that he might not get a lot of spotlight on this roster, maybe early on, but I feel like he's such an underrated player. Like you can just tell by the way he plays and the level of impact that he consistently finds in his role. And I feel like he's such an underrated pickup for this roster. And I'm just excited to see, how these teams find themselves within this team dynamic. Are they going to be a little bit more loose? Are they going to be a lot more like strict in their defaults and in their set pieces? So I'm kind of curious to see where they fall on the loose defaulty style versus like the set PC kind of style that we're seeing some of the teams kind of pull out. So it's going to be exciting. I'm ready for it. It's going to be fun.
It definitely will be fun. And that was something that Coach Kaplan talked about a little bit. He had tweeted out about joining the team and said some of his most fun days coaching have been in the last couple of the weeks working with this team. They know how to have fun, which to me just that makes me assume we're going to see an M80 that is explosive. We kind of know that about M80. We know that about some of these players. And I'm really excited to see how this M80 squad is going to be changing going on forward. You've spoken about that synergy between him and Caillou. We know the players on the team to be able to have that pop-off performance. And I want to re-bring this conversation back around to Nismo, because he wasn't ready to give up competing quite yet. And for good reason, Emily, because already within their first match, we got to see a Nismo that just looked comfortable yet again in the server.
Yeah, it felt like a very seamless transition for him, and you can tell that he's been putting in the work ever since he kind of found out or took on the role of being a player again. His mechanics are sharp, they always have been, and he excels at supporting his team, specifically on the KO. And again, he's always kind of been a KO GOAT, but you can tell with his utility, because early on in the rounds, we see him kind of being a little bit more alone, being on an island, playing for info, but towards that mid and late round, he was always putting himself in the best positions possible to support his team. They always find value off his flash. He always uses his molly for delay, and it just feels like he's so good at setting himself up to set his team up for success.
And I think his little stint as a coach has probably like opened up his mind as well to a lot more of the macro ideas and kind of like the timings of how the round works. Like he has a lot of experience off the get-go. Like he's a pretty crazy resume. that goes without saying. But I think the little stint in the coaching staff, you kind of get like a bit of a different perspective with what makes things work, what kind of team dynamics is required to succeed, and just kind of getting like a third eye perspective on things. And I feel like that is going to give him so much more awareness and so much more like a level up when it comes to like the mid rounding and helping out Caillou and kind of just getting things to flow nicely and making sure that the macro's on point for this team. So I think he's going to be a pretty scary force in this meta and specifically on this team.
Yeah, and he's also just a really vocal player. And I felt like, when we look back at past M80, one of their biggest things is I didn't feel like they were always on the same page. But here now, bringing Nismo into the roster and the rest of the players that are all super vocal as well, he is so good at creating plans around his utility and making sure everyone is ready to kind of go off of it so that they can have these quick reactions and they can have these quick adaptations that we've been seeing in their first showing.
I mean, now we have to talk about the opponents going on to today. Grand finalists of stage 1 and talk about Shopify Rebellion Black. And you guys know the saying, if you can't beat the best, steal one of their top players and bring them onto your own team. Smoke is here. He had an insane rookie debut and switching over to this duelist and Shopify Rebellion Black Roy taking them all for themselves. This team looks good. They already did before. I'm so excited to see more of Smoke here.
Yeah, then them adding Smoke to the roster is really allowing them to lean super heavily in the double duelist meta. And it kind of makes sense when you think about it, right? Because you have Satellite, a player that is like super mechanically strong. He's very good on the movement agents. He's really good on Neon. He's really good on these off rolls. That he's also extremely flexible now as well. And then you consider the fact that Smoke is, I mean, it's not even up for debate at this point. He is the best opener in the league in terms of first kill, first death ratios. He's been so successful. Check out almost every one of his matches, 2x, 3x ratios on the first kill, first death. And I feel like with the addition of Smoke and him being able to play slow and him being able to kind of just like work picks, and kind of still be very mechanically strong when it's time to do so, I feel like adds a level of like dynamics that didn't really exist before. And I feel like that level of different, switching up the paces is going to pay so many dividends in this meta and specifically in VCL.
No, I completely agree. I mean, when you look at SRB at the start of the year, you have a roster that has such a strong foundation. They have that great chemistry that they've been building up for months now. And with this one like small roster change, bringing Smoke in, starting to play into more of that double duelist meta that you were kind of talking about, it just added like another layer, another identity to SRB. It just added a lot more firepower. And I don't see a world where that's a bad thing or why that wouldn't work, right? Because you have such strong, experienced players, and when you're just unleashing these two players to kind of go and do the work for you, it's kind of fail-proof.
And when you think of like the coaching and the IGLing as well between Nature and Effie's, like they're the type of players that are totally like, they probably want to be able to have the option to play slow work picks and allow the macro to flesh itself out instead of like, just bashing their head into the meta and kind of just playing at a pace that sleepers play at and kind of these other teams play at. So I think when you take all these things into account and then you look at Smoke coming from 4, a team that played quite slow and very grinding out the kills, grinding out the rounds, I mean, this team it feels like the perfect fit, to be honest, for this roster.
It really does. And already Smoke has been so much fun to watch in the server. He's still so relatively new to all of this in comparison to some of the others. So I feel like this stage we should just expect him to hit some crazy limits. But of course, you talked about the double duelist that's allowing him to get unleashed. And of course, then we have to talk about a Philips Norelco head-to-head as how he can combine up with Satellite. Whereas on the opposing end, Emily, it's kind of Bonnie doing it all by himself. But that's kind of okay from Bonnie because he kind of can do it all.
Yeah, I think Bonnie has been one of the best duelists in Tier 2 so far, and a lot of M80's plans kind of revolve around Bonnie finding success with all of their util that they have, because they do love running that double innie solo duelist, but that does put a lot of pressure on Bonnie, and you can kind of tell when they're on that attacking side, they struggle if Bonnie gets shut down early because they don't have the chemistry to kind of be able to just work their way back into the rounds. But then when we look at Satellite, he used to be a flex player, and his flex was pretty good, but now he is like a Neon-only player so far, and he's been unleashed. He is that Neon player that is so annoying to play against that it just makes you want to all F4 and report, okay? It is not a fun time. But he's been doing an excellent job at kind of going into this new role, going into this new aggressive role, and also following and running it down with Smoke and becoming this player that can ultimately just take over and dominate the server.
I mean, this head-to-head is straight up like it's a mog off. Like it's two Chads just mogging each other right now. Like look at their stats: 300 ACS, 286 on the other side. I mean, obviously the sample size is still small, but you know, looking at their previous history in VCL in stage 1 and last year as well, like these players were always going to be the next up, right? And I feel like, you know, Bonnie's having time to develop, and now he's bringing in Kaplan, who has so much experience at such a high level, is probably going to enable Bonnie as well. And then you look at Satellite operating in a completely different system now with a different support system. I feel like there's just the level of these players can reach, the level that these teams can reach is just insane. I'm here for it. I just want to see it in action. I want to see who's going to win this match.
I mean, we're getting closer to that. Don't worry, Roy. We're just a couple of minutes out, but still a couple of other things first. First, the map picks and bans. You know, with these two orgs, that is going to be a great series ahead, but to see where it's all going to be playing out, that is going to be the big question here. Started off with Lotus, and of course, this is a different M80 than the M80 of old, but I still, in my mind, M80 is like synonymous with Lotus. Seeing a couple of these wins they're able to have, specifically performances Nismo has been able to put up, Roy, I'm excited for that first map.
Oh, I'm so excited. I mean, I literally cannot think of a version of M80 that was just not good on Lotus. Like, for as long as I can remember, they've been so good on that map. And obviously, they're running a kind of a new gen composition on that map, at least in their last match. But for SRB side, we still haven't seen their Lotus. We don't really know what to expect from them. We don't even know what composition they're going to lean into on this map. Obviously, the flexibility of the players that they have now, it opens up a lot of doors for them. But are they going to lean into the double controllers? Are they going double duelists? Like, there's just so many questions for this map right now. Obviously, we'll get those answers shortly, but I mean, the veto makes sense in my eyes. Obviously, M80 doesn't want to play bind right now against SRB specifically. SRB is Fracture's perma-ban, so those bans make sense. And then we're going to Pearl, guys, a third map. Both teams should be super good on that map. It's been a comfortable map for both of these rosters, and almost every iteration of it, it should be a good veto.
Yeah, I'm very curious about these first two map picks, just because M80, they have such a strong defensive half because they're able to have these set protocols introduced by such a structured coach like Kaplan. So everyone is always on the same page, plus the early calls coming in, of course, from Caillou and Bonnie if they have that op in hand. But when it comes to their attacking halves, they struggle a bit. They don't have the chemistry that they can just kind of quickly adapt and react and always be on the same page. You can't rely on protocols as heavy as you can on defense. So looking at the first two maps, Lotus and Breeze, where these two maps can be considered like pretty attack heavy or attack sided, it's kind of hard. And I think it's interesting because also on the side of SRB, I feel like their their attack halves are very strong because they have that chemistry. They're really good at being quick, running it down with their double duelists. It's kind of almost unstoppable. So I'm curious to see how these two strong sides will go up against each other and these two weak sides.
Oh, it's going to be a great one. And real quick, before we hop into our agent select, our predictions, of course. Emily, voting M80. I'm shocked.
Listen, I actually have a lot of faith in this new roster. I think they've had a great showing. I think a lot of their problems will only be getting better with time. And I think especially going into this map, I just need to see them being able to kind of disrupt SRB, right, on their attack. I need to see them being able to not just kind of get run down by the double duelists. And when they flip over to that defensive half, that attacking side, they just have to be ready for the disrupts. And I think as long as they can kind of get more on the same page, have someone super vocal kind of just stepping it up, they'll be able to kind of counter SRB even on their weak side.
I'm actually really digging the composition, and now that we're seeing the comps here for both of these teams, the SRB, kind of the variant of the comp. It's basically a mirror composition. The Sentinels are swapped out, Vice versus the Sage. I've been a big proponent of Sage on this map. I feel like she fits quite nicely into the meta. She's very good at fighting the A control. She's good at, stalling out the retakes and then the pulse plants as well, whereas Vice is kind of more set and it's a little bit more, defend the side of your map. I feel like for what we're expecting, I am curious to see how SRB is going to be maneuvering around the fact that the Vice will be mostly towards C, sometimes towards A, and how since they only have a single dive duelist, how they're going to be dealing with that defensive power that comes in with the Fade, with the Viper util, along with that Vice util for the M80 side. That first half is going to be so important for both of these teams.
I'm also very excited to see SRB take a step back from what they've been showing so far, because so far they have been preferring that double duels and that change of pace that Smoke brought into their team. But now we'll be going back to the solo duelists. We're going back to kind of having to play a little bit slower, especially considering that they have a Viswalt that they need to break out, mollies that they need to kind of be able to bait out as well. And I'm excited to see how that matches up against this new revamped M80.
I mean, revamped, but still a staple here in the challenger scene. And two teams that we could definitely see making that run. But it's time to see here in Swiss round 2, who's going to be taking the dub now as we head to Lotus and send it to your casters. It's going to be Marks and Tenric to take you through.
Thanks, Sierra. Yeah, more than exciting to see these two teams that have been trying to make that transition into the world beaters take each other on for the first time in over a year, Marcus. These teams didn't cross paths across stage 1 despite being so neck and neck with one another in the standings. M80 coming into this first map of Lotus against SRB has already shown a really solid performance with this composition they've got going. Very willing to take the early conditioning fights and then leave it to the hard covers on C and B from the ones. Shopify Rebellion has an unorthodox approach to this with that satellite Sage, but I'm hoping that they can bring the firepower that we got to see them take on Rose with.
Clove, Cove, Clone, Cover, Clove, Clone, Cove, Cover. I just wanted to make sure. I'm
not doing that. Nobody's making me do that, by the way.
Not like I was practicing the entire time just to kind of see how one through, but no, you raise a bunch of excellent points here, and the one thing that I really do want to focus on is that satellite being onto the Sage. I think Roy brings up really excellent points on how that is going to be used a little bit more aggressively, and once again, given the caliber of their duelist Smoke, I imagine that it's going to be pretty much, let's support Smoke as much as we can to get as much ground. And then all eyes are going to be on Alvin Boy, someone who is so good at finding those frags, you know, solo anchoring sites, things like that on the device. I think that there's a lot of potential for Alvin to be able to shut it down, but still they're going up a lot of firepower coming through from SRB.
Already a bit of a neutral found. Satellite does still have that barrier to get him easy access. Sheer's far up though, so Shopify will have to quickly change course after that first crossover for Smoke will leave him a little bit isolated. Able to at least tuck in, but M80 still won't aggress. Are you just waiting, watching Alvin Boy circling the boat, able to find Xander, but SRB's completely taken over this site though. Bonnie's now dropped back down and maintain the presence. Caillou able to skirt in. And M80 will still be able to surround the problem, now just dealing with nature.
To start things off here, but you can see what's going on. It was an excellent use of a lot of stall utility on the side of M80. Alvin Boy really using everything exactly how you would want him to. And then on top of that, able to buy a little bit more time, staying alive, playing the life there to allow the rest of the squad to be able to come in and support that one. So really, it was just kind of that combination of Alvin Boy and Nismo hanging out on that A site to make sure that there was no way for SRB to get in there. And the sheer was just so annoying, really just slowing down the pace completely of SRB, kind of making them a little bit more disjointed. So an excellent pistol round start for M80. They go into their buy-up, Caillou feeling nice and confident, buying up actually. Phantom there, but Alvin Boy walks away with the first.
Yeah, very worthwhile. And again, M80 already has the staunch presence. Already it seems like Shopify is trying to coerce some extra aggression out of M80. But the thing about a comp like this is that it welcomes it almost too telegraphed. Like you know so hard that Satellite and Xander are going to be ready to intercept that rocket-powered needle that Bonnie's going to try and be. And so M80, they'll switch the tempo up a little bit from the high-flying BS that we've seen this duelist come up with the help of the insane enabling that these guys can do. Definitely excited to watch that formula come into form, most likely on the attack. Shopify can take over tree. Nice dash, and just a little more refined than the previous round, but worse guns. Still, Smoke makes the distance and gets the kill. Nismo down for the count. And M80, bit of a slower response time, but no barrier to waft them away. Instead, they'll just play out the mollies, the timing, and the stack to take on what they know is still that greatest threat. Smoke with the Bulldog. Haunt to sus, bit of a sidestep, and that's enough to get them in. M80 from here should Bulldog. Just one more down for the count. Nature won't get away with more than that this time. So M80, pretty to the standard so far. 4 rounds, 1 and 2, able to maintain 3 guns, one of them being a Phantom.
Yeah, all things considered, a great round from M80. It just feels like a little bit of unfortunate spacing coming through from SRB, deciding, hey, let's push over here, and then boom, arc rose in your face, and you're like, what the heck? And then a spray through a smoke, and more or less the round is pretty much closed out here. But no, I think that the synergy kind of coming together on how the setup is working off the Vise. You see that Alvin Boy is always constantly supported so that the utility isn't just kind of like popped as a deterrent, but actually gets used. It's well informed and it's meaningful, most importantly. Too often you see these Vises just kind of pop their stuff without having that full awareness of what is really going on. But this time Alvin Boy always has someone supporting that Vise, and that makes sure that everything is going to be a little bit more tidy. And on top of that, a little bit more pressure can be applied. This time though, SRB going to be coming and swinging. Xander's able to find Bonnie right off the bat. Keep in mind, Nature does have an ultimate online here as Nismo is tucked away.
And that Prowler hasn't found him out. The gunfire is going to give his position away, and the spray's not going to find him. More are going to walk into it, and Nismo's going to be able to get away with 2. Equalizing the playing field. Satellite now barriering up. Cheeky angle to take Spaz down to 52. And Shopify can again take over that A space. Caillou, nice adjustment to catch Nature on that Phantom. That is doing him well to try and take this bonus back. Satellite and Xander slowly walking up to the plate. Xander, the zip up, again, quicker to the punch than M80 expected. Satellite winning the 1v1 against Caillou, holding on to the barrier orb until now to make this a very solid 2v1. Evaluation of the util that Alvin Boy has used, and he does still have some util. Arcros can't confirm, but it can deny. Where? Yes, they are. Hilo and Tree. Certainly readable, swingable, not winnable that way. Certainly another if he gets the re-swing, but Xander can shut it down. Take the bonus with 1 gun standing, and M80 so far not completely off the chopping block.
And all things considered, though, that is an excellent round from M80, and it's just because Nismo bides his time so perfectly there and finds 2 very key members. Caillou as well, standing ground there, makes it so that it's actually possible for Satellite to go down, making it a lot closer than it should be. But that just feels like a little bit of, you know, Shopify Rebellion Black not doing their due diligence in checking and clearing everything out there. Smoke had an inkling, but didn't actually push through it, and that's how Nismo gives them the slip. And now, let's see what they've got. SRB, they're going to have somewhat of a buy up here, but M80, their economy's looking nice and comfortable. Bonnie on the Outlaw, while Smoke prodding through, but at this point, the Waylay might just be a little bit of a distraction, or at least to buy that space, give that additional map control over to Shopify Rebellion Black. As Bonnie wants to see if he can find a cheeky angle, but we'll just have to back out of that one.
As the Refractor get away, Caillou hears the door and starts spamming. Will get Xander for free. Shopify still a bit indecisive, potentially going for that B pinch on the baby door. Yeah, the barrier is going to help facilitate that really quickly.
Oh.
Into the 4v5, Smoke opens up, finds the stairs presence from Bonnie quite early. Alvin Boy dared to challenge this isolated, but now the poison orb going to prevent that even harder. M80 in the meantime, making sure there's no lurks to clear. Caillou going to be a while before he gets here, but that Nightfall will certainly help. So Shopify have to flaunt the presence. Double stack out of the Saturate, finds 1 and gets intel on 2 more. Nightfall now necessary to step into. Nismo able to find 1 on the way in, but it's still got to be a little testy. Now the double in. Spaz able to find his, and Smoke is now cornered himself. M80 have managed to sequence all of this out, and there's still the Viper's snake bite in the tank to fully wall Satellite out. And this is the philosophy that we've seen M80 try to carry springboard from stage 1 into this one, with Kaplan taking on the coach's reins and Nismo back on the team. Just really trying to find value out of every piece of util. There is always something to enable you when you go forward. And Bonnie was definitely the poster child of that, especially in their first game against Pigeons today. But they showed, even in that first match, it can be chameleonic. Anyone can let anybody go crazy in this team. And so far, I mean, Caillou, very self-sufficient in that regard to a degree.
Oh, absolutely. And once again, like, you look at the retake happen there, and it just felt so damn rehearsed. And that's what you want to see from this M80 squad, you know? Not just rely on Bonnie going crazy, because Bonnie's been now taken out 2 rounds in a row, the first blood being going, and now Alvin Boy is going to be just trying to hold this one down alone.
A lot of great ways to get in here. The barrier on top of the TP with the double dash, and Satellite just manages to get 2 anyway. On that hero rifle. Huge work. And that gets Shopify the quickest and easiest site they've ever taken this game. C site, completely and utterly theirs. No ults required either. And again, that is partially from Bonnie going a little crazy. But other hand, I mean, you set down those vines and Alvin Boy thinks he has a lot more time and space than he does.
Yeah.
But the light speed followed by the shrouded step, followed by the barrier. It's not single file. Very dangerous crawl in that nets Shopify the entire river simultaneously, while Alvin Boy is just completely stuck. Deer in headlights.
Just completely overwhelmed. And, you know, like, this is what the Dusk was talking about in that fury that SRB kind of goes forwards with. You obviously expect to see it a little bit more when they bring out that double duelist, but this time around, nah, it's gonna be just fine. Smoke can fly through, and they just really just hit the gas pedal to completely overpower it. And when you look at the like post-plant positioning, right, like we commented on how M80 do a good job at icing out SRB just simply with their own utility. Obviously it looks a little bit better when you got a Fade ultimate in hand, but at the same time, that's because SRB use a lot of their utility on the actual entry, and they're looking for a lot of those very quick, meaningful kills to make sure that the round can just completely flip in their direction. And given that we've now gotten a taste of their speed, I'm curious to see how they're going to continue to play this one out, because that should be the indication of this is how we find that gap in M80's defense. We know that they're not going to be good if we can just run them over. We need to just get that information before we decide where we want to commit. And so M80, they push out a C long to try and deny a little bit of space, and that will funnel SRB towards this A site, which is kind of exactly how they wanted to get this protocol set up.
It's a really high-level conditioning war played so early in the match where both teams are trying to set up speed traps on one another, but it takes rounds in order to set that standard, so it's really tough to find a constant. Switching up plays every round. You'll love to see it. Alvin Boy, tempted to draw up the Steel Garden, and he will. That'll catch a body or two, and Nismo in the meantime will start peeking out. Shopify's rhythm completely turned on its head. And Satellite and Exa have been torched, ISO'd, and now forced to try to fight their way through it. They will not make it an inch. It's a flawless round 6 to get M80 back in the driver's seat.
Now, I'm not saying adding Nismo into your squad immediately makes your utility look better, but at this point, like, I don't even know what to say, because the M80 utility coming through with Nismo as well joining the squad is just looking so fantastic. Every single time they are taking this fight, you can see exactly where they want to toss down their utility. On the other side, Shopify Rebellion Black, in that kind of like speedy method that they're kind of going through, it feels like they're just dumping util to try and isolate and find kills for themselves. But on the M80 side, it feels a lot more cooperative. You can see the entire mapping of that entire round on how they wanted to play it. M80, they push outside of C, deny that presence for SRB. SRB has to burn a little bit of utility just to get that info. Okay, we can't touch C, let's go towards A. While they're going towards A, the entire time, Alvin Boy just hangs out on C while the rest of the members rotate either to reinforce B or get that double stack on A, ready to receive that additional pressure that SRB are going to be throwing on one of these sites. And then by the time all of that information comes through, M80 know exactly how to get the wraparound going. When it comes down to these macro level plans coming through, it really feels like M80 are just a little bit more adjustment period, but right now all the gears are working at max efficiency.
I mean, you know, Caillou and Nismo, you know, have spent that time together already, so I think he really understood quickly, as well as Kaplan, how to just plug and play him. Oh my. Finding the opportunities where, again, the util just gets you so far, but Nismo's shots aren't too damn bad either. And M80 find the rubble fight that they've been looking to have an excuse to take this whole game. Nismo at the front line, Satellite can trace that. Finally. Yeah, you've gotten a little too overheated there, and that is something else to pay attention to on both sides. For that matter, it really is the little things with teams this good that stick out like sore thumbs. The corners you don't check, the moment you decide to stay on that front line a second too long, it'll get punished in an instant.
Oh, Nismo. You know, gotta come into this one, the initiator specialist, but now it's just right place, right time. Hold on a second. Satellite, are you kidding me?
Oh,
just
my
receives
God.
all of it and wins a 1v3 at the very end. No, all just crosshair placement at that point, but gets SRB back onto the board. I thought that round was said and done.
That is such a questionable play from M80. The quadruple swing through the toxic screen to decay yourself into the first, and you leave yourself room for the secondary. It doesn't matter that you waited half a second for that decay to fade. You're still low. You're still vulnerable. You're still lined up.
Oh my God.
What on earth is that? Oh God, that is a complete collapse of a round. Everybody just adopted the Nismo mindset of let's get this done. Let's get to the front of this. And that is the instant regret. The speed trap is set. SRB, they take that extra 15 seconds of just waiting, just chilling, and it gets them a free round. Oh, thank you, God, Satellite.
Can't wait for the new YouTube series, the Nismo Mindset. Just walk in front of your enemies to try and find those kills. But I was gonna, like, there was such an easy Nismo highlight there, but then Satellite just completely steals the show. And obviously Satellite has had a bit of experience kind of flexing off the duelist onto more of these Sentinel roles. But, you know, bringing back the good old days of Battle Sage. Spaz, though, has to hold his ground against Smoke.
C'est normal. And that's three.
Wow, last bullet.
He was down to one bullet. That's gross. Holding it all on his lonesome Spike on an island, and that is probably a quick round, but shoot, after last time, I'm not going to speak too soon. Exa been struggling to get on the board this game. Won't this round. Wins the 1v1 against Alvin Boy. See how much more he finds. Shoot, Spaz got 3 from here. Why can't Exa? Smoked out. Gotta swing into 3 angles at once.
Oh.
No way! No way! Are we dreaming? Are we in the Twilight Zone?
The Holy
Are we on the
Spirit
Truman
gets
Show?
passed
Like,
on.
And that was so utterly conventional from Shopify. That was the most boring snake with the barrier into the baby door with the entire stack. And then, oh my God, you're decayed again! What a surprise!
Yep. Yeah, that's a timeout and a half if I'm sitting in the coach's booth, you know? Like, that's a little bit of a tilter. 2 rounds in a row, heroics coming through from M80 being like, yo, check this out, bro, I got this. And then just decided to walk through some sort of smoke, some sort of decay, and immediately just getting annihilated, mowed down even. And wow, this is going to sound a little bit familiar there, but I was going to comment on how good Spaz's positioning was and how SRB needed to check their corners, and then Exa just completely steals the show this time. It's like I'm just repeating myself. To walk away with a 4K clutch. It's unconventional. Like, we can sit here and talk about utilities and lineups and playing off of one another. But sometimes if you just decide to push through utility, then you will get punished. And I think that M80, they're going to be taking that lesson to heart here. SRB, though, in a fantastic position now. 5 ultimates online. They've completely snapped the back of M80's economy. And yeah, they're just kind of chilling off of that one. I'm sure vibes are at an all-time high.
Oh yeah, feeling footloose and fancy free. They can do no wrong. And now against the Eco, M80 is going to be forced to Gamba stack. So now Shopify can play even harder in the neutral on A side. They can actually toy with this a little bit instead of having to be scared of the speed traps that M80 had set up. Take their sweet time, surgically analyze this, run the util well dry as much as they can.
Bring them down.
Because Lord knows M80 still gets so much value out of the util.
A little bit more of a fake coming through this time from Shopify Rebellion Black. Trying to bait out some of that utility early, but smartly Caillou doesn't overextend or use anything else. All of his pockets get emptied out here just to kind of deny that space or play that information. But yeah, Nightfall going to be activated now. This should be SRB. Nice and comfortable plant onto this B site. As we actually see M80, they start to push out a C. They're going to go for that wraparound. A Viper's Pit as well invested.
That feels appropriate at this stage. Make sure you can hold the close quarters again after M80 can choke up. And with Bonnie on this shotgun, I mean, if he finds the right body, then the pit will collapse in an instant, so. Just making sure you're on the right track. Great slow orb to make sure that Nismo's the only one that can get in. Was waiting to see how Satellite could play these posts. Smoke is just gonna run it down to find Spaz, too. And himself his rifle now as well. And Bonnie, now the bot frag of the lobby will quickly get found out. And Shopify can hold that lead.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I feel like that might have been a little bit extra, given the fact that we knew that M80 was going to be on a bit more of a budget buy. But I guess all things considered, you know, they had 5 ultimates online. Nature opens it up with the Nightfall. The Viper split from Exa just confirms that it is going to be a nice easy kill. And yeah, that's just going to be the round all said and done. They still have 3 ultimates up against 3 ultimates on the side of M80 though. And when it comes to just raw impact, I do think that M80's ultimates are going to be a bit better. And now we can talk about utility and how they want to get things set up, because if they utilize this properly, this could be a pretty decisive victory, especially off of Bonnie's ultimate, because that can just buy a lot of space, especially with how SRB like to push out.
Already getting chased down a little bit here as he's moved all the way up. Satellite and Exa ready for the swing out, and the Refract is just going to let Nismo insert himself with a quick jump peek. Will thwart Exa and vice versa. So it's back to all this noise being made on C Mound. Nothing to follow up on the pit yet, though, so everybody's staying pretty stagnant.
There.
Waiting for the cross into the sheer. Alvin Boy's util has not gotten as much value. I mean, there's so many ways for Shopify to get inside a site. It's been a lot harder for M80 to find ways to interrupt on top of the Vice util, specifically in the retake game on B. Kind of tough to take over without some ultis to help out. Convergent Pats for Convergent Pats, but Bonnie's is way more on target. Everybody's staying put. 35 seconds to go. Shopify's got to make the call here and now, and in they go. Haunt into the saturate. Everybody holding their own. No reason to move an inch, but Nature moving in on top of the barrier orb that forces the higher ground. And Nature can solo take. Nismo having a TP ult to get in quicker, but Spaz is still on the way back. Does he dare to take this 1v3 on his own? Exa watching the flank as well. A rare opportunity. And the Paranoia catching the entire triple stack, but no one can collapse. And Nismo still got to just peek inch by inch and only gets away with one. And as Spaz waltzes into the barrier, just staying on the bite till 50, he almost makes it work anyway. And if this game is filled with rounds like this, I think we're going to have a heart attack by the end of the match, but still, it's Shopify taking the round.
Yeah, I just checked my watch. My heart rate is definitely elevated here, but given how those last couple of rounds went, I'm like, yeah, it's M80's turn. They're gonna find a triple kill. Who could have seen this one coming? But no, like, once again, the protocoling coming through from M80 is still looking really strong. Like, they're not giving up anything for free. The entire time while we see SRB get set up outside of B, we see M80 just completely swarm the map, take all of that map control. Bonnie, such a smart convergent pass, counter out the one coming out from SRB, annihilating any of that just pure util value that Shopify Rebellion Black were trying to achieve early in that round. But still, the rifles, the crosshairs, they're looking a little bit sharper from SRB, and so they're able to shut down M80 in a little bit of a gambit, especially off of Satellite's res. And so they're poised now to try and take this one as we get a little bit of a TP forward from Xander to try and claim that extra space. So Alvin Boy has to respect this because he's here alone.
Shopify's bevy of options here. Flowchart's only grown wider. Shopify can continue to peruse for ways to skate around the things that M80 has tried to use to blockade. And bloody hell, Smoke's got an operator now. There is no turning back. Satellite, again, the barrier, again, the free kill off of it. Loving the unconventional ways that he's been able to just get away with stuff in the midst of these fights. Again, it's the little things that mean so much when the teams are this good. And Shopify, with that plant, with that time cushion, with that amount of space, it's a save until the last round of the half, and this has suddenly become a very slippery slope, Marcus.
It 100% has. And on top of that, I think one of the biggest deterrents right now is Smoke gets the operator in hand, lets it be known to the rest of the map. And I think that that is causing a little bit more pause on the M80 side, because if you paid attention to challengers last season, you know, as soon as Smoke gets an operator in his hand, it's crazy what this guy can kind of pull off. And so given that, given all the factors on the board right now, you see M80 just go for that save, make sure they've got a little bit of something to work with this next round. But this has just been absolute domination for Shopify Rebellion Black. And now this is the last round in the half. That is now 5 rounds in a row. Shopify have very handily scooped up here. And Smoke still has that operator. On the other side, though, M80 coming into this. Caillou does have the Nightfall available. Alvin Boy with the Garden, you know, slaps some of those weapons out of their hands, especially as you know Shopify Rebellion Black like to group up on the actual site in those post-plant positions. The M80's strength really comes down to the post-plant. They've been losing the early round. Shopify Rebellion Black finding so many members before they get the spike down. And I think that's why we're starting to see M80 slip in the scoreline.
Yeah. Proactive uses of the ult previously. You know,
that so much of this just comes down to timing and whether or not you have the power to overwhelm. And if you spread that thin without finding things along the way, then you're not going to come with enough power to be able to deal with a fully equipped site. Spaz stepping up, Smoke dry peeking, risky this early into the game. M80 is going to be very ready for that after Smoke was so singular on the operator in Shopify's last match.
Your fear!
2 standing on the C site. Do we go for it? We sure do. Satellite's gonna give the barrier a shot just to get himself up for the sight line, but now the Steel Garden's thrown in reaction, and Caillou finding the lurk from Exa. Shopify's drained of options with 40 seconds to go, and yet the Nightfall already gets used. Bit strange, can't lie.
Yeah. It's so early on, and honestly, I feel like that was a bit of a deterrent, but given the clock here, there's still time for Shopify Rebellion Black to make a play. They tap the door just to try and make that one happen, but at the same time, M80, they've already got a protocol set up for that, so this is going to be that seaside hit.
Best chance they've got. Alvin Boy with this Guardian does not have a perfect way to meet this, so that's why Spaz is there. Now the C is going to be able to toss away both of them, and the barrier still granting them that extra inch of space. 8 seconds to go. They've got to get this spike on, and with the C's, it's still a little awkward. Saturate on the dash-in, and the interruption is not there. The refract doesn't win him in time. Spike is still down, but Nature is gone too, so it's a 2v5 on the retake. This should be clean from M80. They're going to make it work. Satellite just holding on, waiting until that poison orb goes up so the entire team can come through, and there are, this time, too many heads in the way. So it's a 5-7 half. M80 on the defense is able to scrape away as much as they can out of this, but a couple crucial chokes prevent them from truly ascending.
Yeah, like you can tell, M80, they like to do a good job of controlling the map. They like to do a good job of understanding where Shopify Rebellion Black are. And you see, as soon as that kill comes through on Exa, they immediately know, okay, this has to be the seaside. That's the only time that we've seen somebody else. We know Shopify Rebellion Black likes playing together. And then it's just a matter of utility to stall them, force them to make a decision while still just holding things down, really force their hands. And yeah, sure, we saw Caillou use that ultimate a little bit early there. But at the end of the day, it just comes down to instilling fear onto Shopify. So 7-5 on the half. Now we get to see the swap around happen, and I'm very curious to see how Shopify Rebellion Black want to play this defense, specifically with Satellite being the only Sentinel player here. It's a lot more exploratory out on C. I imagine Shopify will be a little bit more aggressive with it, but a lot is kind of being placed on Satellite's shoulders to really just anchor things down if push comes to shove.
Yeah, definitely expecting him to go for this ram headbutt a lot more often, just willing to contest as long as he can, stand his ground and let the rest go unscathed, at least until he gets that res and extra utility can use to stall. All eyes are on Bonnie for this attack half for M80. 2 kills in the first half. And the rocket-powered needle that normally gets M80 so far in their attack halves, of which we got to see so little of on Lotus against Pigeons. In that match, Bonnie aced twice.
Jeez.
Let's see what he can do. Stepping with Nismo on the first smoke is good. Saturate on a Nature to make sure he's got to step away as well. And M80's taken over the stairs, but not the site. Shopify can rotate relatively quickly as the smoke fades away, so Nismo's got to post up on a bit of an awkward spot, while Bonnie gets the close quarters to go for the zip up. The drop down from Shopify's here. Exa first to peek, first to fall. Nature going for the contest. Now the swing in from Smoke. Gets 3, and they've managed to get the pinch going. Jump around from Smoke, avoiding the fire as well, as Nature goes for the double peek as well. And they're able to do it again. Smoke gets 3 on the retake from Shopify. That looked so worse for wear. And again, it's the rounds that just don't seem possible that Shopify continues to get away with.
That is such a good way to describe some of these rounds there. You look at the post-plant setup for M80. Very clearly there is a hole, given the fact that you see one of the members of Shopify Rebellion Black walk through and be like, hold up a second, no one's looking at me right now. And then just like panic across the faces of M80 as they spin around and make sure that no kills go through there. But what's very important here is Smoke is able to find a number of kills and get back online. Smoke had a very quiet first half, and we've seen what happens to this player really. When they're not able to get started, not able to make anything happen, the team really starts to suffer. But after those first 3 kills in this half, I imagine things could be a little bit better. Bonnie just playing his life, and Satellite back up on the barrier orb yet again.
Yeah, gotta just go for it in a round like this. When you have nothing else, let him off the leash and see what he can get away with. This time, it is squat.
Okay, well, they will be able to get the orb, but it looks like that hit is going to be happening towards this beast site. It's all going to be on Exa. Does have an SMG, so could make this possible. The spray through, though, doesn't confirm the position. M80 are kind of boxed in.
Yeah, with the space he took on the snake bite, he doesn't actually get too much value out of it. So M80 pretty satisfied with there, but Smoke has managed to circle the boat, and with the sniper, I wonder how far he'll get before M80.
Yep.
Yeah, deign to just walk into B and take the easier way out. It's a flawless round 14. It's a 4-round gap from Shopify, and it seems like they've got everything they need to get away with this map. Post bonus, at least. We'll see if M80 can do something here.
Hey, never say never. It was looking like M80 were going to be walking away with this map, and then, you know, Satellite 1v3s, Exa 1v5s, it's fine, right? Like, it's all good. So, never say never. But at the same time, like, that, it felt like M80 just got a little bit stuck there. Very similar to how Shopify Rebellion Black felt a little bit stuck on some of their rounds that M80 were really taking over. It allowed for plenty of time for Smoke to get that complete rotation around and really make things a lot more difficult. M80, though, full buy up this time. Exa spotting him out. Able to retreat here and use some utility to kind of slow down the push. His body goes in deep.
And trying to speed it up against Exa, and he's able to get the kill before the saturate. Lets him pull that gun back out. Crucial timing. Oh, that's more crucial. Snagging Caillou. Satellite trying to get to the outskirts. Nature now utilizing that barrier setup to get some more cheeky shots on the Marshal. And he's going to keep on shopping with it. And if he can get away with at least one more, but rest of M80 looks quite secure. Smoke making it to CT just as the runaway occurs. Alvin Boy managing the high-low, and Nature still unable to get away with much more of a cut. Let's see what Smoke can do. First drop into the pot shots, just gonna give himself away. No dashing either, so really tough to take this back on. And because of that, they might just not. They might just play for exit.
Yeah. On top of that, like, the shear in the back is going to confirm that that's exactly what is going to be happening here. And I do wonder how M80 decide to kind of take this one, because now they know exactly where at least some of the members are. Shear doesn't actually go off. Nature doing a good job to not activate that one and group up here with Smoke. So might be able to find a couple more kills on these exits from M80. And never mind, Nismo just sharper to it.
Yeah, Smoke will trade it away, but that's 3 rifles standing for M80's bottom line post-bonus. I think that's about as good as you could ask for with the comp that Shopify has running here with the Sage and the Fade and the Omen and the Viper. You just have so many tools to slow and stall that as long as you get in and have the bigger stack post plant, it feels like you should be okay. But the trouble is really just getting in. And now Smoke has that operator as well. You have so many tools if you're Shopify and you don't even have ults on the table yet. This is scary.
Look at this. Like, it's going to be that peek out of C right now. Try and find additional value. Good clearance, but they're just kind of check-in coming through from M80. They know exactly how they want to play this. They know that it's probably going to be Smoke buying an operator here. They do a good job of mitigating it, but Xander is able to find that very crucial timing, so M80 might get stuck yet again. They grab the orb there, but they don't decide to push through. Still, plenty of time onto the clock. But Shopify Rebellion Black don't move either, so they make sure that all of these sides are reinforced. Xander playing forwards onto that A side to at least buy a little bit of time, allow so that there is that chance of the rotation happening from his teammates if necessary. But M80, they've completely gone around and now look towards A.
Xander still holding this after a really solid lurk by him. He was quiet in the space making all game, and now comes out with such a crucial kill onto Spaz. Paranoia will prevent the early walk up, and Caillou, really toying with the sightlines there, huh? Just keep hitting the door, keep him standing here. Force Shopify to make the call of whether or not they engage, and the haunt is gonna give Xander away. He can't manage to win the fight. That was awkward as can be. Still 20 seconds to go, and M80 hitting that classic wall they did when it was still GMD leading the charge. They are not gonna have enough time to make any other call. But this Smoke should get them in okay. Satellite with the Sage on the drop.
Huge.
Gets one down. Not much time to plant. And Bonnie can't hold it back. Smoke is here and online. Nismo out of time, out of options, and Shopify lay waste.
Couldn't have said it better myself. It just felt like time simply ran out here for M80 to try and make anything happen. And then when they finally decide that they're comfortable enough to be able to push through, Shopify Rebellion Black just have their number. They've got all of the sight lines locked down, and it makes it so much more painful. You could see that gap. You could see that timing come through from M80 where they're like stuck halfway through, like, uh-oh, we're supposed to run through and plant the spike, because if we don't do that, it's not happening. And then it forces their hand to just rush in through, allowing for smoke, allowing for satellite to get their positions online and completely shut it down. Honestly, I think that a lot of that round goes onto the back of Xander, making sure to just really play that A side, play the lurk, make sure to stall them out, have them continue to ask questions so that there's not a lick of confidence in M80 deciding to move forwards there. We talked about how they like to combo their utility. We talk about how they like to play off of one another, but they need to kind of get that online a little bit faster to go for some of those micro plays to find those timings and get it down nice and comfortable. Otherwise, yeah, SRB could very easily close out this map pretty quickly.
It's a great seesaw we saw on that round, because M80, I think, did a great job of very relentlessly chasing down smoke with that operator with all of the util they need to on that stack. You really intimidate him out. You have a good amount of space to push him forward and then force him to kind of stay choked up. But Xander moves up in response and retaliation, manages to get the kill onto Spaz, and all of a sudden, all of those options that you were able to build of yourself due to just focusing on that operator are gone. Almost antithetical to the seesaw that M80 has. God, Smoke, that's so stupid. And I love it. Bonnie's dashed in, River's taken over, but the site, bigger question. Smoke gets one more down the drain before falling on the outskirts. And Shopify will very satisfyingly dump back. Wait for that retake.
Face your
Caillou has the Nightfall, so yeah, he's gonna use it, but an entirely wrong location.
Oh boy.
Nature has managed to crack too. He's just gonna hold this, he does not care. Caillou almost traded away in that instant, but instead he'll swing back over to Exa and deal with him 1v1. Can he make it work? Keep M80 really in this game. Or set Shopify up for the snowball, and he's not looking, it doesn't matter! Shopify!
What?
Have so many boons in this game. And that is a very crucial whiff in a game full of crucial whiffs.
That's tough. That's tough, man. That is so hard to watch, especially with the amount of clutching that was kind of going on there. Excellent isolation of the agents on Shopify Rebellion Black. Somehow, despite the fact that they walk through that poison, are able to find those crucial kills, but Caillou cannot close that one down. And I do wonder how much of M80's prep here was, hey, let's just watch that Smoke guy, because I think Smoke on core last stage was just doing such a good job at being supported by the team. Shopify Rebellion Black seem to be taking this a little bit differently and still want to utilize Smoke, but have themselves set up on all of these different areas around the map and different little combos going on. It's not invest all of our resources onto Smoke, and I think that that is some of the gaps that M80 are not really anticipating. They're expecting a more course heavy playstyle where, you know, Smoke really was the centerpiece of it all. Still though, Xander starting it out, finding the better half of Nismo here. And SRB, like, this should be their round. Get themselves up to map point. Bonnie's the only one who has that Guardian in hand. Convergent paths are online, but it's all about just focusing on the later rounds. Try to make sure that you're able to at least get to overtime, because it's not looking like we should be able to get an M8 round here.
Refusing to be overwhelmed, but X is choked up. Too close to the problem. That's what M80's always been weak to, but Exa gets away with everything he needs. Now time to duck back into Nature's sight line. Yeah, the kind of trap that you can set up on an eco round like this with impunity. And yeah, out of the frying pan into the fire type beat. Let's get this over with. Shopify will have 12 rounds of game point to work with here on Lotus.
And that's how you want to push out, when you're very confident that you're going to be able to win a round, not in a straight line through util into the crosshairs of Satellite or Exa just on the other side or anything like that. But yeah, SRB, they're able to just completely close that one down. And once again, you're seeing just good teamwork and cooperation come through on the side of SRB. And a lot of these players very comfortable playing off of one another, thanks to last stage. Obviously, Smoke kind of coming in here, taking on the duelist role for Ion. Is the new gear introduced into the entire puzzle, but still, Shopify Rebellion Black it looks very clean coming from them when they do decide to just kind of play that defense. And I've been very impressed with their defense. I think, you know, Sage versus Vise, it was looking a little bit more one way than the other, but still, Exa, this is gonna be crazy.
Again, Prowler catches him. Nightfall catches him.
No.
He still gets one. Give him more.
Oh, no.
Oh, out of shots? It doesn't matter. Alvin Boy's reloading. Shopify are at the barricade and destroying. No opportunities. No chances. Oh, man. No
Not
difference.
like this, man.
Shopify 13-6 on that opener. That is red down by this team. What a start to this series by them.
Yeah, and this is one of those maps, right? Like, you look at this M80, they're coming into this, a couple new ideas, a couple new stratagems, a couple new play styles being introduced into it. And once again, you could see a lot of their homework coming to fruition. A lot of these protocols, a lot of the ultimates, a lot of the utility is very well intentioned, and when it sings, it flies. But on the other hand, Shopify Rebellion Black, they're not afraid to get scrappy. So many of these players, we saw them last stage as well, are not afraid and not afraid to just back down, honestly, and go for those kind of crazy plays. They're kind of like, you know what? F it. Let's just send it, see how this goes, and what's going to happen? Well, Exa walks away with a judge getting 4 kills on the final round while the Convergent Paths goes down right beside him. It's kind of nuts if you ask me, but just raw heroic plays coming out from Shopify Rebellion Black kept their momentum at an all-time high, and that's honestly the reason why they're able to close out map number 1.
Yeah, you know the snowball goes from impressive to scary when the plays just become downright unrealistic. And goddamn, that game felt so unreal. But don't pinch yourselves. You ain't dreaming. Shopify's got a 7-round cap to start things out. Just one more map to take the series and go 2-0. We'll see if they do it after the break.
Okay, I'm ready.
Yeah, I'm ready. I started right now.
Stage, 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 stage.
Stage. Oh, okay, I see. Clove, cove, clove. Okay, this is harder than I thought.
Clove, cove, clone, cover, clone. Wait, this is impossible.
Raise, ace, clove, cone, gecko, VCT, sage. Nah, this is hard. I can't.
Raise, ace, clove, clone, clove, cove, cover, clone.
I did really bad on this one.
I did not do good.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
rest of the defense on the side of Sad in the front side. That said, though, Welly is just gonna kill me. Oh my god! I'm gonna go. That's how we're gonna finish this map.
Yeah, Joe trying to shut the door with a Bucky already. What a swing from Pain. You've got Footway looking for the ace here. There it is.
And now Derek hose at a main. Yep, that'll play.
3v2 now and 2 stingers. They've got to keep it close quarters. And Moose will do it all himself. What a way to end things.
Going into the very first map of the series, we had talked about Lotus and kind of how we had related it into our minds for just being something so strong for M80. But SRB, they got to rewrite that narrative today. 13-6 victory to take the first map in the series. And a team, Roy, that's looking really, really strong. You described them as looking like clinical at one point, just so patient, just so strong. Like, this team's working really well.
Yeah, the pace that they play at is so interesting because like it feels like they're playing fast and slow simultaneously, and I'm having a hard time wrapping my brain around it because it feels like they're playing for those picks, they're playing for that, but as soon as they get it, they have these like really well thought out like set pieces and like the sage walls that were just chopping up the geometry into something that was a lot more comfortable for SRB. And I have to be honest though, guys, I think from my perspective, at least, I don't know, correct me if I'm crazy here, but it feels like this map was a lot closer than the score might appear. Like it should have been at least, right? And I think overall both teams showed a lot of really good ideas, and obviously they're very similar compositions, but I think overall the takes on the map make sense to me. It really just did. A lot of rounds just came down to some serious like individual hero plays, people getting 3Ks, maybe a lot more than they should have, the clutches that kept going SRB's direction. Overall, I feel like the macro, the ideas were there for both teams.
Oh, for sure. I feel like M80 did have such a great start, you know, winning that first pistol. And then we saw them having great ideas and protocols, like I kind of mentioned in the pre-show about that's like their strong suit, right? They're always ready for what they're going to throw at them. They have these set protocols, and we saw it in action. We saw them kind of disrupting that A presence, kind of never going for that super early aggro, but really just going in when they're least expecting it, and it worked out. But then after those 2 rounds that they kind of just tossed away and just gave away, they started to kind of hesitate. They started to not really go for disrupt and stack towards that C site. And SRB, with those pace changes that you were talking about, they took advantage of that. They would take their early A main space like they were doing and defaulting almost every single round, and then slowing it down. And especially when they got that op into Smoke's hand, just having him kind of walk up and go for those early picks on whatever he can really find and just flood in after. It worked really well because M80 just didn't really know what they were doing. They didn't have info around the map, and they really struggled going in those last like few rounds in that defensive half.
And I feel like too a little pressure where you got to see it kind of come out in the worst of moments as well. I mean, even like that round where Satellite just 180s to kill Caillou is just, that's a rough one, right? Those are things I wouldn't necessarily expect coming out from M80, but maybe a little bit of first map jitters here. Looking across at how the map played out, though, I mean, Roy, you had spoken about how it kind of seemed a lot closer than that score line. We got to see first kills that were actually very even for those teams, but when it just came down to it, SRB just had a stronger hold on the map.
Yeah, I mean, struggle hold on the map. The individuals were definitely popping off. It feels like there's so many situations where SRB, honestly, low-key just throw them in jail because they're doing some criminal activity in this map. It was kind of crazy. But for M80, like this is kind of what I was saying before. It really does feel like they had some solid ideas, like the way they were holding the A site. It felt almost impenetrable early in that first half, and it feels like a lot of the ideas, the macros, it really did feel pretty even. Like both teams had some pretty solid stuff. But for me, I feel like there's actually a couple things. Okay, one is there was like a half by Thrifty round that happened super early on in the first half. I think it was round 5 by SRB. Then it was followed up by 2. The 1v4 or 1v3 by Satellite. It was a 4K clutch, and then right after that was the Exa 1v4 as well. I mean, those 3 rounds are just like any win you had in your sails was, I mean, just gone at that point after those 3 rounds back to back to back.
I mean, if you want to talk about moments that took wind out of sails as well, or maybe even just pump up a team, Roy, like early on was chaos.
Yeah. I mean, this is just look how sharp the mechanics are, right? The 1v3 right here for Satellite, boom, 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 triple, easy, cleaned up. That's the first round, right? This is after getting thriftied as well. So this was like already you're feeling kind of, we kind of did a little bit too much. Then right after that, it's a 1v4 for Exa. it's perfect. They have him smoked out. A little bit of a shallow smoke here by Nismo gives a little bit of room for Extra to work with. He finds his timing. He gets both of these kills, and then he cleans up Nismo right after. These are back to back to back. Like, that is tough to recover from. I feel like, I mean, yeah, it's just madness. It's just madness.
Okay, that first one you can argue, like, you know what, they ran through a Viper wall. They were getting a little bit greedy. You know, they all just kind of end up to him. Like, that's kind of their bad, right? MI80 could have just held for those last 15 seconds, won the round, easy peasy. They didn't want to do that. That second round, though, what can you do? Did you see X's shots? They didn't, the two people coming in from Baby Door, they didn't even have a chance to react. Like, truly, that one, I do not blame them for. They smoked him off. They were holding it. Exa just was the goat there. I do agree that smoke was a little bit shallow, but at the end of the day, they had the right idea there. They were playing greedy. They were trying to play disciplined, but Exa just completely disrupted that.
Crazy madness.
It really was madness. It made for an entertaining map number 1 in the series, but of course now implications for M80. They are down. They've lost their map pick, and now they have to go into Breeze. And I look at this revamped SRB roster as well with this introduction of smoke. I look at the long-range weapons here. I look at just how good he is, Emily, up in hand, and I'm a little bit worried for your predictions here, bud.
I'm worried for M80 too at this point, to be completely honest with you, because we saw it on Lotus. When Smoke was disrupting their rounds, when M80 was basically having no presence across the map and Smoke was just kind of peeking through smoke, funny enough, to try and get a pick and got away with that, M80 panicked. They struggled. They didn't have a backup plan, especially because, you know, their lurker Spaz wasn't finding the most success. You know, we saw him try and lurk towards A that one round, get shut down, and then he never really went for anything more. So I think going into this map, M80 have to be ready to be disrupted. They have to be ready to have quicker reactions and know what they want to do if things don't go their way. And I think a big part of that could come down to Spaz kind of creating space, giving them a little bit more of a backup plan and not just letting himself kind of shut down and then just completely like group up with the rest of the team.
And I think from my perspective, it feels like it should be a little bit easier of a ground here for M80, right? Because there is footage on this map for SRB. You kind of have an idea of how they're approaching the map. You kind of know what they like to go for. But just looking, you know, obviously it's a small sample size. SRB's only played this map one time, but they did have a crazy attack half. It was 7. They went 9-3 on their attack half. It looked amazing. The versatility and how they're approaching the map and their win conditions and creating those win conditions was so on point. So I feel like obviously planning is one thing, countering it and actually dealing with it in the moment is another. So I'm kind of curious to see what the game plan here for M80 is coming into this map. You know what to expect. You know it's a double duelist composition. You know that Smoke's going to like to op, and you know that Satellite's going to be running it down. And the mid control that was so successful for M80, or sorry, for SRB, hopefully M80 has an answer for here on this Breeze.
And I mean, they need one, right? How that double duelist, the Smoke and Satellite, were able to open up those rounds on attack. I mean, Smoke single-handedly had basically the same amount of first kills as the entirety of Rose all together. And then Satellite not too far behind with 5 of his own. Like, between the two of them, there was just so much for Rose to try and claw back from. And already with what we got to see last time when they were on Breeze, and then just coming off of that map of Lotus, I'm a little bit worried for M80 kind of falling into that trap. But we haven't seen M80, Emily, so far here within this stage. And I mean, this is a really strong roster, even if we didn't quite get to see them take that win on Lotus. So what are we kind of expecting coming up from M80 going into the second map?
I think they're going to be kind of repeating history right now. It's just they're going to have a super strong defensive half. We're going to see them having quicker reactions because they know exactly what they want to do, depending on what SRB kind of throws at them. We're getting, oh my God, we're getting a little bit of a comp change, no?
No, M80 hasn't actually, they haven't really shown this map just yet. So this is actually a debut of their composition. They're actually running it back, if anything. They're bringing in the old composition. It's the old meta. It makes sense, right? You have one of the best KO players in the region. You want Nismo on that. You want to activate Bonnie as well to kind of set things up. But I've been a big fan of the KO. I still think he has a super good spot in this meta. I'm curious to see what M80 is cooking up because the well-timed knives can absolutely dismantle the attack side, being able to chop up the splits, being able to kind of dissect it and kind of know where to allocate your aggression on the defensive side is going to be huge along with those flashes. So I'm curious to see what M80 is up to. But again, for SRB, that attack half looked absolutely flawless last time. I'm hoping M80 has an answer on this first half.
I think with these comps, we're kind of getting what we were expecting to see out of these two teams. Right? We know SRB prefer that double duelist, which allows them to move quickly and as a pack, often in 4-1s, and really rely on the duelists finding success and training each other out. Whereas M80 now, we get to see them with the solo duelist and double innie so that they can have that heavy utility throughout the round for both not just info, but able to kind of fight with and use to set up the whole team, not just Bonnie, which I think they excel in. So I'm very excited to see how this plays out.
I mean, we're going to have to see if it's enough to be holding out from this attack side that SRB showed to be so strong yesterday. Heading into the second map of Breeze, it's time to see if M80 have what it takes to take us into a third map, or if it's going to be SRB with the 2-0. Let's get to it and find out. Back over to your casters, Marks and Teneric.
Thanks, Sierra. Yeah, M80 have a lot of things to claw back into, but this could be the map and the comp to do it. A struggling composition initially when Paint and GMD were on the squad. Just a lot of players that were so good at their individual roles, not necessarily coalescing at the same time with this tremendous space they have to work with. But Nismo's one of the best KOs in the world, damn it, and I'm so happy to see him back on it, especially with Caillou on the Sova. Leaves him to be able to flash himself in and enable Bonnie on that jet even harder. Still though, Marcus, this Shopify Rebellion comp looked disgusting when we've already seen it played on this site. Really dangerous both ways. The duelists one, the initiator the other. It's going to be a clash of titans here.
Yeah, and already you can see just the level of aggression coming through from both these squads. Obviously, Satellite and Smoke kind of picking up that double duelist composition for Shopify Rebellion Black. And Bonnie's still going to be the person who's going to be the tip of the spear right now. Just on the other side of the smoke. Going to walk through there. And Bonnie actually is able to get away with one, yet still Satellite walks away with two.
Yeah, no trade available. Satellite can turn to Caillou near instantly and grab the kill, as well as all of A-Site, the rest of the stack. Dover on B now has to make their way through mid, clear the door that Shopify could have inserted someone into, but instead, they've hyper-extended into both CT and T to make sure nobody has these rollouts or long walks back through anything except the main lines. I've managed to split up here. Nismo gonna toss up from the bridge by the looks of it. That's three for him. Almost giving the man an ace. Good lord! That is a bang up start from this guy. Switching off of the Sensi onto the duelist for this map too. And he has been such a remarkable pinprick to start out for this team so far this stage, man.
I mean, 100%. Like, you look at Satellite, and Satellite's been a player that I've been a fan of for quite some time off after the last two teams that he was on as well. You know, playing so many different roles. But really, I think Satellite is going to be able to fly in this current meta, given the fact that Yoru's knees have basically been broken. Neon is kind of the person, the duelist that you want to be bringing into a lot of these compositions, just with that slide being able to find so much value. And, you know, Satellite has incredible mechanics when it comes to that movement, and so I imagine that it's going to be very difficult for M80 to kind of deal with. Also was the top fragger, top player in that map against Rose, where we got to see this exact composition come through for Shopify Rebellion Black. So a lot of anticipation being built up right now on Satellite's shoulders.
Yeah, really paying attention to both of these duelists. Satellite on this entry with everyone else here to enable him. And Smoke, his operator on this map has just been so disgusting. Xander's gonna open up with the pistol lurk kill onto Nismo, and Shopify can entirely shift the weight onto a once again defenseless A-Site, but this time they will have the mid lurk. As M80 check it. Oh, they sure do. Does it matter? Oh, hell no. Both of them get their ones. Bonnie, on the way back, lurk for lurk, can at least take care of Smoke, and does have the Marshall to maybe scrape away another body, but Shopify have this in the bag. Good lord, Exa, you shouldn't be getting away with all of that. And a speed run around two makes sure M80 knows Shopify intend to pick up right from where they left off.
And a lot of the conversation surrounding Shopify Rebellion Black was that addition of Smoke, but we get to see a lot of familiar patterns come through from the last time that we got to see this Shopify Rebellion Black squad. They always are so good off of playing off of one another. You know, they always make sure that they've got somebody's back. Someone's walking a little bit too far forwards. Yeah, they might be baiting themselves out, but it's totally fine because then someone's going to be watching from up above, ready to punish any over rotation coming through from M80, trying to snag that little kill. They're so good at those bait and switch plays, and that is something that is going to remain consistent in this squad as they continue to get better after playing off one another for so long.
You can only see where they could improve from here. Satellite unfearing until he eventually gets taken down. Was just a kamikaze at the end of the day, making some space, and Shopify will try to take it, but quick move up here from Spaz on the pyramids has not been checked, so still a bit of an awkward rhythm. And Spaz is gonna find the beat in it. And now Nature, yeah, all you can really do is try and go for a bit of a half-hearted flush to try to keep M80 here, as once again, we'll see if this Xander Lurk can come up with anything against Nismo.
Yeah, the Xander Lurk, just the Xander 1v1 against Nismo has just been so impactful on how SRB have run some of these rounds. You tell Nismo not too sure where the attack is going to be coming, but has to make sure this one works.
Try step in from Exa, quickly taken care of. Flash out will not get Xander, but will get him traded, so Nature will be the only one left. And he doesn't have enough time to plant this spike. He's got to tap it, which will get the rest of the crowd over, and so M80 will get a 3v1 here on the retake. And how many times has that not mattered? Nature! The spray clears 2 in an instant, and Caillou walking right up into Nature almost manages the flick, but M80 can hold on to this bonus. Only one rifle, though. And God, Shopify, they just keep stomping our hearts.
There was no way that Nature was supposed to be able to walk away with that one. Just the pure spray, by the way. No, like, flick of the mouse or nothing like that. No spray transfer at all. Just finds the headshot. That is just purely unlucky coming onto the side. But Nismo, the key player here, is able to find 2 kills to make sure that, you know, the life was worth being played. That's so sad for Body.
Insane.
Caillou comes through at the very end there, kind of making up for lost ground based off some of the rounds that happened in the last map. And that will be M80 getting onto the board, but it's not pretty. I mean, look at their buy. It's all pistols except for Caillou, who's carrying over the rifle and is able to buy up that full shield. Meanwhile, on the other side, SRB are ready to come in with all lightning and fury in their hands, ready to just completely just shut them down. Smoke going exploring as well. Outlaws get spotted though by Caillou, has to back off.
Yeah, Smoke heavily pressured right now, has to use the updraft. Even then, he still can't get out. Caillou, bit of a whiff on the recon dart, but Xander's still going to give himself away, open himself up, and now Shopify have to commit even heavier to the fight. This is a marvelous first stack by M80. The Nebula's going to do a whole lot of work, though, and Exa can just set up and conquer. That Snakebite does everything inside that cloud to let him just spray and pray. And it's instantly silenced.
The name of the game is multi-kills off of Viper's utility for Shopify Rebellion Black today.
Exa is farming.
The assists, unbelievably high off of all of these maps. That is just nuts, dude. The spray through as well doesn't have any information, but thanks to the snake bite and just knowing that they might be inside the smoke, walks away with a triple kill. That's just uncanny.
And at that point, Shopify is allowed to do that. They're allowed to say, why not? Let's give it a shot. Let's take those shots, see what we can get away with. Against the eco here, M80 has bar nothing to work with now that first stack crunch fell flat. So you got to pop out past the Nebula here, past the toxic screen. Spaz has an uncanny way of getting in here, though, and is going to manage to. Satellite quickly stops it, and that's Alvin 2. Shopify make it up to 3, and yeah, they'll definitely toss some shots on the body's back after Nature kick things off that bonus. But now M80 have the guns, they have the setup. This is where they really get the party started.
I was gonna say, I mean, I'm pretty sure SRB were the ones who started the body spraying war at the last map there, but I love how they're doing such a good job off of X's utility. Well, sure, the kills, nice, fancy, all cool on that side, but even then, like, you watch how the Viper wall kind of comes up, and then it's just comboed with Xander's smoke. They're doing an excellent job at flooding in and taking out sections of each of the sites in order to just kind of clear things through with their bodies and little bits of util. It's those little micro plays they're really good at, but here comes Satellite, and that's gonna be the ultimate pop.
Yeah, very quick Hunter's Fury from Nature just to wall them in the door. Oh, Spaz is completely trapped, yeah. You're going one way or the other. Good on Bonnie to quickly trade that back after the bike got placed down. And Spaz, that toxic screen no longer a factor. Shopify feel a lot more immune on A site. You shouldn't, though. Bonnie's on, Smoke patrolling, but a little too late. And that Cloudburst is too. The Recon's gonna make sure that this Pyramid presence is still active. Exa holding close, now long distance, and that'll quickly make it easy for Shopify. The insertions are so major here, and it's gonna get a 4-1 lead on the board.
Man, Exa needs to go to medical school. Like, it's just surgical, these timings, on how he's able to just navigate through everybody on the side of M80. We've seen it happen so many rounds, but these timings that he is taking are just simply unbelievable. I was watching the minimap, just watching the Viper slowly make its way up, and then lo and behold, is able to just find two, so then it's all up to Alvin Boy at the end there. I mean, X is just so aggressive, but so patient with that aggression. And we're seeing round after round, this Viper just be such an impact player right now on SRB.
Yeah, it's almost such a deviation from the normal fast pace you see Shopify take that when X is able to facilitate it, it just looks so damn clean. Now they'll launch a Poison Orb up to make sure no crazy swings out the door immediately will punch up Shopify. Yeah, I mean, they're back to catching armpits and making sure that M80 doesn't get too big for their britches on these pistols. Worthwhile when you know how much util they bring to the plate here. The late toxic screen will once again let them set up on B-site for free here, though. This is the strongest post plant we've seen them have so far this game, and they are up 4-1.
Bonnie pops the Blade Storm as well. Smoke, just keeping that in hand, but yeah, Xander's lurk could be everything.
Walk up from Bonnie with the blades. Double leg on the Outlaw, so Smoke can clean it up with the shorty. And he's able to manage both those lanes of aggression. Xander's lurk just becomes a backstab to catch Alvin Boy for free. And Shopify might just break the bank. 6 rounds deep, flawless for them here as they look to skyrocket here on Breeze.
Yeah, they're just really just taking off right now. It's just so clean. This time around, we get to see Smoke really just kind of take the reins and make these kind of crazy, insane plays. And all things considered, even if Smoke was not able to pull off all those kills, Xander's lurk was going to have excellent timing. And you can tell no one from M80 was really paying attention in that direction. And so SRB, they just have such a strong understanding of how to play this map and show no signs of slowing down. I like how you kind of describe it, where it's aggressive, but they're also like playing slow as well. Because you watch Satellite, who's just like, oh, and there goes the Neon, off to the races. This one should be fun to watch. And then all the meanwhile, Xander's just taking his time, working the map, getting all the information before making a decision on where he wants to end up, and buying such precious map space for the team. And so it's almost like all these players on Shopify Rebellion Black right now are doing such a good job at making up for each other's weaknesses. We got the players who love to send it. We got the players who like to play it slow and methodical. And we got the players who are excellent at finding the timings. They really just feel unstoppable on Breeze at this point.
What has Kaplan got up his sleeve in order to try to take this defensive half back? At least a semblance of it. 3 ultis, a lot of retake potential in the bank here. Shopify can only maintain this rhythm for so long. The clock can favor M80 if M80 favors the clock.
Shutting them down.
Heavy mid presence to start. Maybe try and go for a pinch with Satellite if you're keen that they've moved up onto this. Alvin Boy's already made it such a distance. Satellite's got to deal with Spaz.
It's just so patient right now from SRB, and you can see, I mean, they just like don't know what to expect, especially off of 0 point, which should have confirmed a couple of pieces of information, and then suddenly Satellite going quiet. Right now, it's just a bunch of questions for M80, and so they're just going to stick to their protocol, stick to what they know. They give up middle completely, as Bonnie playing a little bit more aggressive with this operator. On the other side, though, Shopify Rebellion Black get themselves ready to set up. Right now, all eyes are on to Spaz. That is going to be the stall utility that can really break the heels off there. But actually, Bonnie finds Smoke.
That opens the board up. They were already trying to be minimalist with how much space they could give away without letting Shopify insert, and they've been checking Nest this whole time to make sure nobody can move in through CT, so it's still got to be bare bones. WP through the front and Bonnie with the no-scope close quarters gets away with one more, and M80 have all of the obfuscation they need, and all eyes are indeed on Spaz. 3 for the guy to get M80 back on the board here, and that was as crucial a round as you could ask for. Cosmic Divide also spent in the process there, and Shopify are now the ones a little worse for wear.
I wonder if that like patience almost bites Shopify Reliant Black in the butt a little bit that round, because they play it so slowly, they play it so methodically, they're really just playing with their food, but it really allows for this really nice setup coming through from M80 in that triple agent hold coming through onto the site. And really there's just no answer for SRB really at that point, and Spaz this time gonna let the Viper Spit deploy right off the bat. A very similar spread as we saw that last round. Satellite already inserting so far forwards here, but a key change in this defense right now for M80 is that we get to see a swap of that agent. We see Bonnie move over to this A site, so that operator still remains a mystery as to where it could be on the map, and well, at least Satellite's position is found out, but it will be this A side push. I'm worried though, because knowing that Bonnie's got the operator here, it's going to be a tough one, and on top of that, has vertical positioning.
Yeah, and the drone did not manage to catch him. The Toxic Orb made that so. Doesn't dare to stick around on the first spot. Neither does Shopify. They'll just turn tail. Viper's Pit and an operator in the back door? Yeah, I'm chilling. Another late Toxic screen. I love seeing Exa use these so proactively for the takes, rather than conditioning. Really fun way to approach this. Proactive Hunter's Fury as well from Caillou, just to play stall to let Nismo get on, but with the null command, he has to be self-sufficient, and he can't be. Xander winning the duel.
Spike planted.
And now Bonnie has to be babysat by Caillou. This is awkward. And the Viper's Pit is well set up by Exa yet again. The later util usage gets them so far. And as Nismo's body will end up disintegrating, M80's got to once again circle the boat. See what shark can eat good. Bonnie giving away the barrel. Exa might use that as an excuse to peek out into the crowd. Whiffs everything, but sprays his way through until he can find Bonnie. It was touchy, it was dangerous, but it's still solid. And it's still Shopify's round. Caillou, long distance, able to hold off Spaz. He's got to still circle this, but Xander's able to just step out and make it clean. Shopify, more than enough tools in the kit this time, and they make it 6-2.
And that Viper Spit not covering the spike that time around, you might call it a questionable play, but at the same time, that was so smart from Exa, because what that does is it forces the operator for Bonnie to have to go exploring into the Viper Spit if they want any semblance of getting close to that spike. It just sets up this great divider in the middle of the map there, not necessarily covering the spike, but makes the entry so much more difficult for SRB, and really just dampens the power of that specific operator, and really just shuts Bonnie down, who has started to really start taking off, right? And this is something that you want to make sure that you're keeping in check. And speaking of keeping in check, Satellite gets that. So, not going to get that early space there. Smoke going to be the solo duelist this time around. And it's still Spaz watching this B site on the side of M80. Their buy is still good enough to make sure that it is going to be contested. But Nismo as well is aware that the spread from Shopify is happening on both sides of the map.
Raid boss on both fronts. Who finds purchase first? Who walks into the sightline first? Bonnie's moved all the way up to clear mid. Smoke. I'm gonna get a little bit of help here from Xander. Leads to Shopify thinking that they can take this prong.
Here.
Oh, the barrel spotted. Smoke's got a freebie here. Caillou holding close. This red. Steps are gonna get heard. Blade Storm out. Smoke's gonna pop this. Yeah, go for it on top of the snake bite. But yeah, he doesn't spot Caillou. It's a trade. Smoke does get the kill in time. The bite can stall. Exa throws his own back in retaliation, so Caillou gets flushed. Alvin Boy now with the trade though, and Bonnie makes it back. A collat to finalize. Some style points to add on to M80's now win streak of rounds.
Yeah, a very different look coming through from M80 on how we expected this one to kind of play out. Everyone is expecting Shopify Rebellion Black to just bulldoze their way over M80's defense there. And not quite the case that round. I like the holds getting set up by M80, and it's really when those stalls happen, Shopify Rebellion Black just looks so uncomfortable. You see the little micro plays being coordinated as they're kind of coming through there, but all the while the information is gained, and the lurk from M80 at controlling all the avenues is just sublime. Bit of a whiff there, and it is going to be fast onto the site. The fast remains Vanguard.
Yeah, still holding steady. 3 down in the meantime. Good lord.
No more.
All right, Nature. And at least deal with Bonnie kind of quick.
Take flight.
All right. What does M80 do here? We'll put Alvin Boy in front of this first. All right, yeah, they'll just go for the crunch trade on his entry. They know the spike is stuck. It's a good web to set up. Keep all 3 guns here. Right?
Well spotted.
Oh. Yeah. Anything? IU swing. That doesn't do. Yeah, it doesn't get you. Gotta get closer. There you go. Did what? 20 damage?
He doesn't have any darts anymore, you know? So
Yeah, he can't do anything now. Yeah. 40 seconds. I mean, yeah, Nature can play with this decently well. To at least get a body. I don't know if he's playing for the win, but.
Not going to be looking very possible, because as soon as that gets confirmed, yeah, Caillou's going to be swinging out there to guarantee the kill. And once again, it's fast and furious coming through from Shopify Rebellion Black, you know, really trusting in their family that time. But unfortunately, Spaz is ready to dismember everybody walking through. Just staying alive in the midst of all of that. And then on top of that, we see the Hunter's Fury coming through. It's absolute chaos onto this site. But M80, they just have such a chokehold of this B site. And this is actually going to call for a timeout right now. I assume on the side of Shopify Rebellion Black, because, you know, these are rounds that you expect them to be able to walk away with. We know how much fury they're kind of getting. We know that Satellite likes to go through and just find all of these kills. But after round 6, it's really starting to fall apart. Like M80, speaking of adjustments, they're doing a good job at keeping that aggression in check. Whether or not that's just holding some corners, not pushing out, or just playing some timings to make sure that they catch that Neon off guard, it always feels like someone from M80 are in this weird off corner angle that Satellite is simply not expecting, where they're able to find that kill nice and easy. So at this point, if you are SRB, you have to rein Satellite in just a little bit more and make sure to play a bit more coordinated with this team, which is still a play style that Satellite is used to. And so I imagine the adaptation should be able to come through, but it is going to be that budget buy this time around for SRB. Their economy not looking so hot, while Bonnie has that operator in hand, still been doing God's work, finding so much value with it. And so let's see how this one kind of shakes out. Does SRB look to aggress onto A side just a little bit more patiently compared to the previous pace of that last round?
I appreciate how well M80 is doing at nullifying threats despite the leash not coming off. I think Shopify is keeping a good distance between these duelists, and even so, Satellite goes down very quickly in this round. Shopify don't really have a way to hyperextend without using smoke. Spike is still down. You've done enough due diligence this round to maybe make the next one worthwhile. But M80, yeah, they should have a decent crunch here. Let's pay attention to Xander's position, and then we'll call it a day. A 1v3, snake bite on the spike, and you're done. All right, so yeah, M80 pick up that pretty cleanly, and again, a lot of it is thanks to the fact that they can trade through the problem as long as they deal with those opening duelists who are going to play patient until the rest of the team comes. But the raw nature of this composition, this double duelist, is that at some point, the leash is going to loosen, and at that point, you are very vulnerable as a duelist. You have to come up with space or your own kill along the way. And if you choke out Satellite, or even Smoke if he's the one doing it, before even that opener, before even the trade comes through, like Smoke has been doing a little more often, then Shopify's push has nothing behind it. So one more opportunity to do that. The bright side of this is the fact that Shopify Rebellion has only gotten to this point where the leash doesn't really affect how well M80 does at stopping them in the bare end of the half. Up until this point, still got away with 6 rounds. Maybe 7 if they play the cards right here.
I know they would have wanted more, though, based on the last game with Rose and how dominant it looked. They're coming into this one expecting quite a few more rounds, but Ray's excellent points. It's going to be Bonnie pushing up yet again here. Might find a timing, but actually Exa just completely neuters the jet.
Yeah, very awkward pick there, and now Nismo having to play off of it. The toxic screen comes in just as that first kill fades away. Spaz getting the lurk onto Satellite. Exa now walking right into the Hunter's Fury to intercept, and Caillou not only clears the board, but picks up one along the way. Smoke, though, has still managed to get far and gets a kill out of it. Spray throw onto Nismo, a better damage trade for Nature, even though he's found out by the recon. The snake bite's gonna zone him out. Double swing out, Smoke once again having to play hard for space, and it lets M80 have their share of the rhythm. We are tied up at the half as M80 will swap to the attack.
Yeah, you can tell it feels like they're leaning a little bit too hard into that rambunctious, fast-paced gameplay. You see the members of Shopify Rebellion not necessarily struggling, but just in awkward positions and not able to just kind of fight their way out of them. While M80 are just kind of, you know, digging their heels into the ground, ready to receive the pressure, ready to back off when they need to, and playing a lot with that natural cover, understanding that SRB have to kind of go in guns a-blazing. And it's in those moments really that M80 walk away with a ton of kills, and a lot of the value that time around was found through Spaz. Spaz did an excellent job at stalling them out, but playing things around and buying the team some time to be able to get that retake underway before the spike even goes down. So kudos to M80 for tying us up on what we anticipated really was going to be a very favored attacking round for Shopify Rebellion Black. But we swap over. Exa already dings Nismo just as the round starts, so it's going to be M80 playing 4v5.
Big scrape up. Spaz very far behind though, so Shopify have such an overwhelming stack to deal with. That is a hell of a good paranoia though. We are not landing anything though. Oh, Alvin boy, I don't know if a single pellet of those right clicks landed. Spaz has finally made it back in time, but the cavalry still might just be a little too late. 1v2, 4 bullets in the chamber. Can he make this clutch work? Oh, he just might. Xander at full HP, knowledge of the position, reading the barrel. Spaz still wins it! And it's M80's turn to get their 4K clutch from their Viper.
Match found.
Can I have a pet fish?
Pwede. Pero mamatay na kung mulakaw ka.
Then ako lang magbilin sa sa bahay.
Ako magkuan ka na chitaw ka na
Ako magtan po sa secret room mo. Tagal 100 points.
ano yan?
Papa, I got something.
Staycation tayo.
Dalhin natin ng fish.
Hindi pwede sa bus saka sa plane yan. Umuwi tayo sa Iligan. Ano? That's why she's sleeping.
Good surprise or sa gabi?
Okay lang yan. Masumuka eh.
Wow!
Ay! Diego ấy. Ako bu.
Let's play slow. Let's play slow.
Ayun, lagi scratch.
Sorry.
Ito na ipagamit sa'yo yan.
One enemy remaining. No backing out.
Here you go.
Get back, low. Low, get back. Get back, get back. Hey! Teo! What? Bobo ng Teo! Bobo ng Teo. Lob. Lob. Ay, ang noob! Grabe! Ay! Tanga-tanga. Matanga.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Sige na, sige na.
Missile deployed. Grenade is live.
Hindi pala kung pansak ano sa charger na yun. Diba? Sa baba i-hold. Sa baba sa block i-hold. Yan.
Ano kurente, di ba?
Hindi. Yung end lang ng ano i-hold mo.
Zip. Zip. Zip.
Buong ko.
Down B.
Zip.
Sayang sa pusil. Basta. Hirap nyo! Utak.
Seconds left. Adapt or die!
Awit mong kamo, bobo. Matambay sa gilid. Pabigat. Tanga-tanga.
Joke's over! You're dead!
Oh, diffusing.
Last player standing.
Launching missile. This is how it ends.
Yun. Better than Phoenix. Phoenix ulti. Look. Headstand. Headstand yan.
Headstand.
Phoenix ulti. Ulti. Ah, gabi. Ay, ulo eh.
Spike down A.
Grabing gulo yan. Bobo ng kampe! Mahimik ka, bobo ka.
One enemy remaining. Last round in the half.
Diana.
Hey, traps!
Here.
One enemy remaining.
si Yana!
Papa, no? Hey, Papa.
Hi. Where did you learn to do that?
I don't know. Just...
Muna insert. Yun, galing. Galing! Bang. Drink your water. Log, kahit hindi ka na dyan. Dito ka na. May smoke naman ako. May smoke na ako. Dito ka na.
Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
Log, pwede ka na mag-PE. Oh, gago pa. Help, Globe. Ah, Cypher, wait for ano. Nice. Nice, nice.
Weapon here.
Well then, Papaya, you compromise your position.
Spike planted.
Active pa talaga. Oy, Phoenix blind.
One enemy remaining.
Sigma, you're dead.
Spike planted.
Wow.
Player standing.
Kunin mo baril ko.
One enemy remaining.
Andiyan dyan sa likod. Nice. Galing, galing. Nice try. Tagal kasi umabante naman. Ba't isa lang yung trap? May auto yung guy ko ah.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A. 30 seconds left. Okay.
B. Ay! Parang walang mapa. Nice flash! Maybe. Ay, spike here.
Spike down A. Last player standing.
My ult is ready. Drop in a smoke.
30 seconds left. Spike planted.
I want an ease.
Gecko low. Galing. Drops A, drops A.
I said, where is my basket?
Drone.
Papa, you can feel better if you're done. Here's some food. Papa, don't eat this.
Namaya, kaya nagkuhan pa po, nag-play pa po.
Okay, just after.
Hmm.
Play.
My territory.
Out, out.
I have them now.
Spike planted.
Ay, nako. Hirap, bigat!
Papa, here you go. Eat. But this is clay. Like it.
Uy, ay, doon. Pretend lang man. Ano ang idool? One bat, one mid.
One enemy remaining.
Bat.
Seconds left.
What?
Tulong. Nice. Malapit na naman sa... Don't be scared. Don't be...
Scared of your daddy.
Your dad.
What? I'm okay.
Likod ha, likod. Yep.
One enemy remaining.
Defuse, defuse.
Last player standing.
Defuse lang. Ay! Grabe. Grabing utak yan.
Anyone needs an energy boost out there? I got it.
Grabing utak yan. Subun-bunan. Blind ka, Phoenix. Phoenix blind.
Spike down B.
Uy, Cypher, nakita mo na yun.
One enemy remaining. Spike down B.
Nag-ulti na.
Ow.
30 seconds left. Seconds left.
Miss Rabbit's coffee machines look very fun. Fascinating.
Nice. Tay dapat yun.
Match point.
Maybe I got too many gas.
Miss Rabbit is making everyone's coffees. And Peppa is pretending to do the same.
Blind, blind. Blind Phoenix.
Spike down B.
Nice.
Seconds left. One enemy remaining. Defenders win.
Got.
M80 takes the lead finally for the first time in this series. Spaz, the absolute hero play. You know, things were looking a little dicey. Alvin Boy, excellent paranoia, not able to capitalize on any of those kills there. And then it just comes down to Spaz, just so good with the one taps. And Xander can't do a damn thing, despite the fact that he knew exactly where Spaz was hanging out. And now M80 look to swing this one back, force out that Pearl map. They're not quite done just yet. And the rollout says that they're just going to be hunting for kills already. A 2-2-1 spread. Spaz already aware that it is SRB.
In we go. Bonnie, what tracking to catch Satellite on the quick run up.
Nuts.
That's a good quick response time. Body's all you need, but Bonnie loves catching those bodies. Take over B site. Shopify is without. Exa. Good ding. Takes it to a 3v3. Gets out of dodge. And it's still awkward as can be. M80 still have bodies, still have the better guns. Shopify has no way to get him, but Smoke is so close, and the right clicks are looking a little better than Alvin Boys. He's still got that Spectre, though. And Nature stands on his lonesome, can only do so much. But, man, that was still so much done by Shopify on the...
Now, this is now a consecutive 6 rounds in a row that they've won. No back-breaking rounds of morale where we get to see SRB walk away with a crazy clutch in a round that M80 should 100% win. And it looks like their heads are nice and cool.
Great
M80.
chase, man.
My bad. I didn't even think about that until now. Oopsies.
There's
but
certainly
M80
no situation in which this very specific thing has happened, folks.
You know, it's possible. I'm not counting it out, but it doesn't look like that will happen. And I'm just, the point I was trying to make is that they look good when they're coordinated. And that is something coming through from Satellite, but just completely caught off guard by a 3-man push from M80, which shuts down that presence. And now M80, well, I was going to say they have control of middle, but...
A little rampant with the worst guns.
Ooh.
Smoke. Yeah, nice quick turn. Good patrol. And that's the kind of thing with his operator that he's just going to keep getting away with. Just stepping out of smokes in the middle of your neutrals and just picking off one of you. That is what slowed down Rose so much in that last matchup against him. So it's another reason for M80 to kind of ward off the temptation to go for these freezes in such vulnerable positions. Instead, you just keep moving all the way back to the hallway after they take down Xander, and they'll go for the backstab onto Nature's guarded A site. He doesn't know if anybody's coming through door, though. Only one person's been red. He's still got a double watch the hall peek. Alvin Boy's already out. Steps will be heard for both of them, so Nature can pay his full attention to this as the rest of Shopify comes on back. And this should be the bonus coalescing for him still.
But this time around, it's Nature doing an excellent job at reading what that weird rotation was. M80 did a pretty great job of navigating their way into the back of the site. Obviously, Satellite not anticipating the level of speed that we were seeing M80 kind of push through. But still, I think that Nature's stall there makes it so that it goes from this weird, awkward position to, okay, this is a very winnable scenario. Let's make sure that we close this one out. So great job from SRB to claim that round back. They will be able to keep their weaponry into this next one. Smoke still on this Outlaw, which will be effective against everybody except Nismo. And so that is still something that if you're
just in for free then. Nice shocks though. That does a hell of a lot of chip. Bonnie just holding the line though. Free 2. Satellite trades his way back down to 41 though and has to back away with Smoke still far out with this Outlaw.
Spike planted.
X on the way back though, has the bite to go for the flush. Oh yeah, but the pit. Not a lot of ways you can really take this back if you're Shopify now. 2 tucks, and Nismo is gonna get a kill out of the first one of those. God, why did he ever stop playing, man? He's so good. He's so good. His reflexes are insane.
Nismo def, yeah.
God dang. All right, well, yeah, M80, they're setting up shop really well here. And even Sans Pit, they look like they have a strong exec takeover.
It's so much how Nismo is so good when it comes to the timing with the flashes. It's always so consistent, always seems to find a kill, always seems to find value. And unfortunately, we didn't get treated to that as much on the last map because Nismo was playing the Omen with Caillou being the solo initiator, IGL on the side of M80. But this time around, Nismo is back, and given the fact that he's not making the calls at the moment, it frees up a little bit more mental space to just try and play those games, right? And we're seeing it just kind of come through. Nismo, a great way to close out that round and start to buff the scoreline as a Shopify Rebellion Black take yet another time out. So this will be both of theirs burned But I think that this is a good place to call it because M80 are really gaining their momentum back. Just doing a really good job at playing Shopify Rebellion Black. They're finding those timings. They're finding the members out of position and just making sure to punish them with full divine punishment.
Yeah, Shopify having to adjust to potentially play for 7-10. And so far this stage, we've only really seen them when their foot can stay over the flame.
Yeah.
How does a team like this recover? How do they bounce back? How do they have a chance to take this series 2-0 and remain dominant high seeds in the Swiss? Smoke, sussed out by the recon. Bonnie still snatches it.
Crazy. Those aggressive plays, aggressive duels to try and one-up one another. And usually, I mean, watching last stage, felt like Smoke always came out on top of Bonnie, but Bonnie's sharpened it up just a bit more and looking like that spear tip yet again for M80 as he will engage off of a null command here.
Crucial opening that Xander's gonna try and find. No flash in for Nismo. He's just gonna do-si-do. That is ridiculous, bro. That's disgusting.
Spike planted.
Freest plant ever for M80 against these bad buys. That was the rifle they were going toe-to-toe on.
Yikes.
Not anymore. What?
Nismo bunny hopping in front of him. And then the backup from M80 comes through, shuts down any semblance of an opportunity for Shopify to run away with it. Just trying to do a little bit of damage, but Alvin Boy confirms the kill, and M80 find themselves now onto double digits. As, you know, not as good as you would have hoped from SRB. Exa still one away from getting the Viper's Pit online. Might be able to snag up an orb to make sure that they're able to get that ultimate, but yeah, I mean, it just comes down to those initial duels. If it went in SRB's favor, I think this round would have completely flipped around on its head despite the weapon disadvantage. But M80, they're making sure to find those kills.
Find an easy pick in mid. Can Satellite take over with the retake on the overdrive? Can Nature intercept with the Hunter's Fury? You have a lot of ways to take this back. The problem is if Shopify decides to use everything at once, it becomes kind of homogenized. And M80 can kind of just wade through the water until they take the lead back. No, hasn't given himself away yet. Alvin Boy, yeah, okay, there it is.
At this point, it's just back out because you know that M80, they like to play grouped up on these engagements. And that's exactly what they're doing. 4 members rushing through.
Kind of sticking around a little bit heavy here. There it is. There's the Hunter's Fury. After this, though, in the clutch, spot Spaz. Toxic screen to get him back onward as the spike hasn't fallen, but Xander has! And M80 come away with the round after draining the bank.
That's such a hard round to lose for SRB there. I thought for sure Xander was going to be able to squeak that one out. You can see there's just that opportunity where X is able to find that timing yet again. An excellent kill coming through from Body, playing off of that paranoia, so the information kind of stays hidden away by the visual clutter on the screen of Smoke. And then Exa clutches up for a second, is able to find so much value, deploys the pit, but gets immediately sprayed down, and Xander finds the timing. And still, it is simply not enough. Spaz drops it at the last second to make sure to secure that round there, and Satellite takes a lot of damage as M80, they feel destined right now to bring us to Pearl, given the fact there's this weak buy coming through from SRB. Nature,
there's your,
only person with a Vandal.
Your one heavy investment in armor gone for Satellite. You can't poke out again. You can't get the first bit of intel without having to use that util again.
Right there.
Bonnie's already made his way over to A main. Just to start taking pot shots once the Nebula fades up. M80 is once again gonna wait to see if Shopify gets too antsy. That's always when the clock starts to become the 6th man for Shopify, though. So, I'm prepared to eat my words here. Double stack as well from Shopify, one of which being that hero rifle from Nature, who does have the recon and double shocks available, so you can do a decent amount of stall on this crunch on Satellite. Xander on the outskirts of yellow, finding Caillou. Alvin trying to walk up, Smoke catching it, now the blade's up, and finds Nismo's head as the Cosmic Divide fades away! Makes it easy for the rest of Shopify to take back this site and the round. Again, it's time. That is M80's greatest enemy across iterations, across years. It's always time.
I just ate my words so hard there. I was like, oh yeah, here we go, M80, bring us the match point here. Cool, it's gonna be nice and easy. And yet, exactly like you say, it just takes a little bit too long for M80 to get set up. There's a sick little play that Smoke takes there off of Xander's Cosmic Divide, flies up, is so sharp. SRB, who had the complete read on what M80 wanted to do. And because of that round, M80 are going to be now taking their time out. See if they can regroup themselves. They still have enough here to buy up, but if Shopify Rebellion Black really get the economic wheels spinning, then they're going to be in an unstoppable position, and M80 are not going to be able to continue to make these purchases happen. It's been 5 rounds in this half for M80, while SRB only got 2, but that last one felt pretty decisive from SRB, given the fact that they were only coming in with pistols as well. A little bit of really a momentum killer.
Truly. Ready. The toxic screen to facilitate another classic B push. Exa, yet again alone, and yet again fragging despite it. Nature, in time. And this is the timing that Shopify was looking for to trade their boys away. Bonnie still manages to catch him, and the toxic screen will actually ward away Nature, but now he's here to babysit Smoke back on this operator, making his way. While Satellite on the long-winded lurk, seeing if anybody is holding up the back line, could get a huge stab in the shoulder. But again, time, their greatest concern and enemy, as M80 having the entirety of this back line set up. Not Spaz anymore, though, and there's the walk-up Smoke allowed first sight line, almost the second. Rest of the round, another so well-timed crunch happening from Shopify. The coordination is insane.
It's so good, and on top of that, this time we get to see Smoke shine in that operator duel against Bonnie with how that long sight line was being held at the back of B. Works out phenomenally, but we get treated yet again to Shopify playing off of one another so extremely well. And honestly, I like this adaptation that they've called for. Satellite, play it like you're playing the Sage on the last map. Play it like you're playing the Sentinel on any of these maps. Take your timing, play those lurks, don't give up your life. And that allowed for that beautiful Maestro to come to Isle of Middle right now for Shopify Rebellion Black. Want to make sure they keep that one nice and controlled. So M80 will be taking their sight lines over to this B site, where they will get that crunch onto Exa and Nature here. No ultimates available except for Caillou.
Exa again, met early, again fragging on his own. Frag back pretty quickly by Spaz as M80 will once again try to take over the back line. The Hunter's Fury this time to assist the toxic screen and making sure no one else can go for the interruption. M80 getting even freer, even clearer plan. Nature this time using the shock darts to ward off Spaz. Huge damage dealt on the first, but he's got no more in the tank. Has to walk up with the rest of this team. And Smoke is already so close quarters. One way for Bonnie, gonna fade away. It's gotta be disrespectful, and enough space that Satellite can take the rest of it on his own.
Here we go.
Shopify are doing such a good job at understanding when to let these duelists fully off of the leash on the defense, even for the retake. And you see it for Satellite when he goes for the backstabbing lurk, a la Sentinel, where he gets to, no pun intended, toot his own bullhorn. And then you see it with Smoke, where he's manning up Nest, has that point of contact from the archway, and then still can walk in practically by himself with this operator to be self-sufficient. Unreal.
And let's just talk about X's awareness. You know, just sees the Smoke there, is like, oh, that might be a one-way. I'm just gonna spray through just to be safe, you know? Oh, look at that, I found Alvin Boy in the midst of it. Like, just so well read from Shopify Rebellion Black. Another one.
Pretty quick work of this, now that they have the Spike Puppy guarded. Maybe gonna see if they can get away with something else, but I mean, at this point, the economy's pretty set for Shopify for the rest of this game. Maybe just seeing if they can maybe drain the well a little bit. Good timing on a Nature, but yeah, you can't land the shots, and that's probably your only opportunity gone.
One enemy remaining.
Ah, yeah. Nature finds that kill, and just gonna be the poke through, but it's looking really good for Shopify Rebellion Black, where this round really started off as a bit more of an issue, or sorry, this half started out as a bit more of an issue. Come alive, 11-11. Shopify Rebellion Black side, they're more confident in trying to take those duels, but I like how they've changed up their playstyle a bit more to adapt and counter how M80 are pushing through. Namely, Satellite is the easiest example to poke at, but at the same time, we get to see some of those other members, you know, take their opportunities and really hold their ground, as it is going to be Xander and Satellite yet again holding this A site. Satellite just on the other side here, as the flash is unsuccessfully going through. So Satellite will be able to get away scot-free as Caillou uses the recon drone to scout things out for a second.
It's one of the chances Satellite's allowed to take. The drone not getting nearly enough distance, and Satellite just seeing if anybody early swings on top of it. Another way to just keep on stalling M80 out and force them to play the neutral.
Yeah. And on top of that too, it flushes out so much utility. Like you got, making it almost impossible for M80 to get anything done.
Been good for one and then some nearly every time. Here we go again. Big snake bite damage. No spray. He looks for the head. Doesn't find it. Rest of Shopify's here, though. Smoke with it up. Nature with the Hunter's Fury. Both good for one each. Alvin Boy gonna be the one to swing out on top as he double smokes the corridor. M80 yet again, sequencing out this B site, but now you've got two right in front of this smoke, and Nature keen to it with the recon. Sprays down body smoke. Come on! You're just playing in our faces. Marcus, go take a walk for that one?
Okay.
Oh, all right. Okay. All right. All right. Get me out of here, man.
I'm sorry.
Lord.
Like, we can talk about, you know, we take a look at that last map where we have 2 rounds back to back where SRB just completely steal away a round that should have been M80s back to back. And this was that round on this map. Multi-kills through smokes without information. And then suddenly Caillou walks away with that one. Like, if Caillou won that, I actually probably would have gotten out of my seat to go take a walk just to kind of ease the tilt out of my own brain, because that was just unbelievable. But still, SRB, they find themselves now onto a match point here. A lot of ultimates available, though, for M80. 4 of them, namely Caillou, only 2 away as well. It's looking like overtime is within reach, but they got to make this one happen. The switch up, Xander now supporting Exa here, as Exa's just been once again the assist king with how much value has been found off this Viper's utility.
Some of it already drained away after a bit of a bluff, but now the rest of it comes in. Oh, this Cosmic Divide is so clean!
Nature?
Everyone from M80 is completely trapped. Nature gets 3! On the entry, Nismo's null command already defunct. That timing from Xander was nuts to let everybody in for free. And you even saw on the approach from Bonnie, he couldn't kill Xander because he had to duck back behind the divide. M80 escapes with nothing there.
Nature looking for the ace, by the way.
Okay. Oh no, it's Satellite taking that last bit. Wow, I mean, really, we got a real, like, smorgasbord of chokes from M80 across that series, I gotta say. Shopify Rebellion Black becoming so clean on the holds here on Breeze to take the series 2-0, and now their record mirrors it in the Swiss.
It's so interesting when you take a look at the overall style of, you know, how these rounds were strung together from this new M80 squad, who once again have picked up Caillou, picked up Nismo, and Kaplan now being their coach, because you see them get into their groove, and once they're kind of playing their own game, it looks absolutely flawless. They feel like a force to be reckoned with, something that is just completely supernatural in the server. And yet as soon as a couple of wrenches get introduced into those planning stages, they just aren't showing that dynamicism, ability to adapt really to some of the things that SRB are kind of going through. And I think that that experience is really what helped SRB walk away with things. It was looking a little bit dicey for them on this map here. Keep in mind, Breeze was their map pick as well, but they just changed a couple of things, had a couple of adjustments, and then the rest was going to be history. We didn't get to see Satellite just running out and immediately dying in first bloods yet again. It felt a lot more coordinated coming out from SRB, and while my heart rate was elevated, they ultimately walk away the winner here with a 2-0 victory against M80.
100%. Yeah, great way to keep this this lead down from M80, who tried to really keep that nuclear family stable on their approaches. They need to learn to thrive in the dysfunction that is this meta, because right now for Shopify, it's sunshine and daisies and rainbows for them. They're frolicking in it. We'll see if they can carry that on going forward. We'll have a bit of a chat, and then we'll have one more fun match of Valorant coming your way after the break.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Rest of the defense on the side of Sad in the front side. That said, though, Rally is just gonna kill me. Oh my god! I'm gonna go. That's how we're gonna finish this map. It's not anybody.
Yeah, Joe trying to shut the door with a Bucky already. What a swing from Payne. You got looking for the ace here. There it is.
And now Derek. Hose at a main. Yep, that'll play.
And 3v2 now and 2 stingers. They've got to keep it close quarters. And Moose will do it all himself. What a way to end things.
Heading into the second map of Breeze, SRB's pick. Once we got into that second half, I thought for a second we were in fact going to see that third map, but Emily, things slowly start getting away from M80. SRB, they learn how to get these post plants, and I mean, to retake these sites, get these defuses, and they're going to close out 13-11 to close out the series.
I mean, seeing how SRB played on that first half, they were very disciplined, but also very aggressive. They had a lot of those tempo changes that we were kind of talking about coming in from that first map, but they're willing to slow it down and kind of punish any aggression that M80 was trying to throw their way, giving Smoke a little bit of time to work the scopes on whatever weapon he had at the time, and it looked really good. And M80, I didn't see them coming back into that half, but then they started to. They started to have some timing peaks. We saw Spaz have some insane anchor rounds coming out, and they brought it back to 6-6, which I think was just remarkable for that, you know, seeing how it was kind of going. And then on that second half, they even took the lead. They started kind of having some round advantage on their exits, finding a lot of success. They felt like they were very coordinated in that, which is something that I haven't seen out of their attack half so far. But I was very impressed. And then it started to slip away in their post plays. You know, somehow SRB were kind of just able to kind of just walk on the site and kind of go for whatever. And I don't really understand what changed for M80 besides them kind of making the swap to go towards that B side. But besides that, it just felt like it was just kind of slowly falling out of their grasp.
Yeah, it might have been one of those things where like you realize you're getting into good situations, you're getting the spike down towards B, like, you know, the scenarios seem on paper like it would be, you know, at least one of them should come our way, right? But it felt like SRB towards that later part of that second half just really locked it down on the B anchor, on the B retakes. Like, I think the walkout was just so deadly and unusual, and they just kept doing it with the op, and it really did feel like I mean, he just didn't really have a response to it. But overall, I think this map really solidified a lot of the strengths and weaknesses of these teams, and I think mostly strengths, to be honest, because we saw so many good things coming out from the individuals, and it feels like for at least SRB's side, I like what they're cooking up. It feels like the entire team's on the same frequency now, and it feels like a lot of the players are able to express themselves in the right way and get so much value from their kits. And you can just tell by like the way that EXA was anchoring, and then the way Smoke and Satellite were working off each other, and just like the sheer amount of utility in the retakes, and kind of just making it made it feel awkward in those post plants and the retake situations. It really just did feel like SRB had a really good game plan, and especially towards that later part of that second half when they started adapting to what M80 was doing to them.
I mean, this SRB core that we've gotten to see within stage 1 that made that run was a team that looked fairly comfortable, but I feel like this addition of Smoke, everything was just so well oiled. And I mean, a couple of these shots this kid was hitting with the op at close range, by the way. Like, I'm just going to jump on this box, peek back sight to just instantly get this headshot with the op. Is that even allowed, guys? Like, come on.
It's bold.
No, both oppers are actually so crazy. I'm thinking back about the round where Bonnie was just anchoring the Smoke with an op out, like just waiting for the no scope. Like, who does that but Zoomers? Like, who plays the game like that? That's so crazy. And I think that just the fact that there's so much jumping around and quick scoping and so much trust in the mechanics is honestly like the defining factor of this match, and it speaks volumes on the skill ceiling in the server across both teams, across all players. I'm extremely excited to see both of these teams develop, but for now it feels like SRB is just slightly a little bit more well tuned, and they just kind of are all kind of on the same page at this point.
And for M80, that second map's going to be a little bit of a tough loss, especially to looking at Emily at that impact that Bonnie had. I mean, 8 first kills, Bonnie. I mean, the whole team did step up and really try. It just wasn't quite enough.
Yeah, I feel like SRB did a pretty good job at kind of punishing Bonnie and not letting them find as much success as we're used to see Bonnie having, even in that first map. But to add on to what Rory was saying about how well-oiled SRB is, I think M80 did a great showing today. I think they still have so much potential and so much time to kind of get up to that same level as SRB. They have all the tools they need. They just need a little bit more time to get that chemistry, and especially from what I saw in their attack app, like they looked like they were able to have better reactions. They looked like they were able to kind of be on the same page in hectic situations, and that's already a step forward from what I saw in their first showing.
And I think that's the one thing that we really stressed coming into this first map, right? It's really, for M80, it's never been a question of talent. It's never been a question of skill. It's really just been a time factor. Like, have they had enough time to develop? Have they had enough time to get an entire map pool going? Because these things take time. Like, it's hard to pick up a rotated map pool, meta change that it just dropped as well, and implement new players and implement a coach and just like change literally everything from top down. So these things take time. And I think with the amount of time that M80's had, they look great. I'm excited to see their future. But right now, SRB's looking hot. They look fantastic. I'm excited to see what more they show, like cook up for the rest of the split.
I mean, in stage 1, they already proved that they are one of the top teams to beat, and already off to a great start here in stage 2. I don't really think that's a surprise to too many people here, but I want to hear from the teams themselves. And for our Phillips Norelco interview, we have Nature on the line to chat a little bit more. Nature, congratulations on the win. We get that 2-0. We got to talk about the change heading into stage 2, though. We see you guys in the grand finals. You guys get smoked by Smoke. You pick him up all for yourselves. Now he's on your team. Like, how has that been for you guys? How is everything meshing behind the scenes?
I mean, it's meshing great. It's a huge change for us because, we did well split 1, right? We had a lot more room to grow. We knew that. So pulling Smoke in was kind of like a pace change. Everyone sees him right now on the op, right? Look at this guy. He's perma-opping, owning everybody. So there's some things that have to change with like my calling, the team structure and stuff like that. But I mean, we're all vibing super well, but it's hard not to when we're owning, so.
I mean, let's talk a little bit about that pace change, because of course you're integrating him in. He is still pretty fresh, and of course now you're going for this little bit of a change. So has that been pretty easy for you feel to adjust to? It's kind of hard to tell from our end because I mean, you guys just own it. You guys are all mechanically insane, right?
Yeah, so I think it's been a pretty easy transition. Like, he's super easy to work with. Everybody on the team is super easy to work with. It's just kind of getting into that first groove of like each map, first timing it with Smoke now. What does he like to do, and how can we implement him into the system very well? So, I mean, there's been some kinks, but I mean, so far it's looking nice. Even the rounds that don't look great, I mean, we just 1v4, so I'll take it.
Yeah, that first map, bro, I don't even know to start there. What are the comms like at that point? Because that was just like the back-to-back too.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely lost my voice a little this series. I think like a lot of us like know each other between both teams. We want to beat each other really bad in this matchup. So there was some definite passion out of both of us, I'm sure.
Hey, that's what we love to see, though. I know you're losing your voice, so just one more question. Of course, you got this little bit of a change. You made that run in stage 1 to make it into the grand finals. Things are still working out right now, but how are you feeling about this new group of 5 making this run yet again and trying to take the title?
I mean, I'm feeling amazing. I'm hoping to go like we don't lose a single series. Like, I think that's like what we expect from ourselves with how we're playing right now. It should be 4-0 straight into grand finals. And you know what? I think there's teams that are high up there for sure. Like, we want to beat Corrigan and stuff like that, but I think we got this very easily as long as we stay on this path.
I mean, these first 2 wins are definitely sparking a lot of confidence. Nature, thank you so much for the chat. Rest that voice for the next series. But thanks for chatting.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you. Thank you. I mean, SRV on the day, they are looking so strong. And you heard that high expectations from the team going on forward. They're going to remain undefeated so far. Time to see if there's going to be another team that can also stay undefeated after the break. It's going to be Nightblood Gaming going up against Azure Dragon Gaming. Stay tuned. Another team is going to stay winning here in Challengers, and it's time to see what other team can accomplish that, as it's going to be a face-off between Nightblood Gaming and Azure Dragon. 2 teams that maybe when you're thinking of those big orgs aren't the first to come to mind, but Roy, their debut matches, Swiss round 1 were phenomenal, and I cannot wait to get a little bit more information about these 2 teams.
I mean, both of these teams are coming off such a solid win in that first round. They certainly are feeling good, and I think they're certainly looking to make their claim in the spotlight. We're talking about SRBs, we're talking about M80s, but I think these teams, with the players that they have, are actually super underrated, and I think they're passionate, and I think they're coming for that spotlight. They want the attention, and I think this match right here is going to be super interesting between both of these teams, with the mechanical skill ceiling in the server, as well as the underdog energy. It's going to be glorious.
And we have 2 teams that did not make it out of Swiss stage 1, but looking to have a little bit more of a revenge arc here, wanting to make it into playoffs. 2 teams that have made some roster swaps, hoping to try and find success with these new and improved teams, and I'm just excited to see how it plays out.
Especially too, even if swaps, we got players that are so familiar to the scene that have maybe been a little bit underrated in the past. So I cannot wait to talk about them. First, with Nightblood Gaming, because when you look across the board at the players on this team here, Roy, again, there's a lot of familiarity with these names.
Oh yeah, I mean, these are veterans at this point. That's the only way I could really put it. They've been competing for a long time. Some of them have been in DCL for quite a while as well. But I think with how decisive their win was against Sleepers has really raise my confidence. Now, don't get me wrong. I've been a big fan. I've been trying to shout this team his praises for a while now. I think honestly, even if I tried, I couldn't point out a single weak player on this roster, even if I tried. For me, it's really never been about skill for this team. It's really all about, you know, them getting confident, them synergizing together. They're bringing in Coach Fear as well, formerly with SRG under Effie's. So I think they have a lot more manpower this time around. I think the skill, I think strategically they're definitely tightening up, and I feel like they're looking to make their claim for the spotlight, and they're looking good in doing so, especially with that debut match against Sleepers.
Yeah, and with the confidence that you said you were kind of looking for, I think the swap that they made just in roles, not even roster, actually makes a lot of sense. And I've seen Monty kind of step up going from that flex to control role, and it fits him really well. He's able to kind of play more on an island and play more solo and also be more aggressive, which I haven't really seen out of him yet, but he's thriving in that. It feels like he's very good at anchoring when it comes down to it. He's very good at just kind of being able to make his own decisions and focus on his own fights rather than trying to set up his team. And it just feels like a very not seamless, but impactful transition.
I think for me, like thinking back on last split as well, you remember a lot of their matches were so close, like literally every one of their matches like over 22, 23 rounds. I'm hoping to see that the edge is in their favor this split.
I mean, when we talk about the team and some of the changes, we also got to talk about the flexibility when we're looking at this meta and everything else. And that's where we can really shift this conversation to Zeke. We got to see a great performance last round and on very different roles as well here, Roy.
Yes, I love flexible players. I think flex players right now in this meta are the ones that make things go. They're the glue, being able to flex onto the breach as well as sentinels and just being able to jump into any of the roles that are required to make compositions and to make ideas come to life is so underrated. And not only that, but like statistically, this player is a monster. He's calm heavy, he's stats heavy, his support is on point. He's enabling Carson to pop off as well. I mean, what more could you ask from this player?
I'm just excited to see how his agent pool continues to expand, considering that when we saw him in the first best of 3 playing that Vice, playing that Breach, that was his first time playing those agents in a match this year. So I'm excited to see this kind of new version of Zeke and honestly just kind of watch his growth on all these different agents that he's going to be pulling out that are just a big unknown to him.
I mean, we get to discover so much with flex players in every single series. We got to see that with last one, and I cannot wait to see what's in store for Zeke going up into today. But we got to talk about Azure Dragon Gaming as well, and these players and what we can expect, because again, the story is these are very familiar names that we've talked about a lot, Roy, when we're looking at the challenger scene. I mean, Chaotic is praised for some really high impact play. Recoil, do we remember Recoil Sacred Lake? There is a lot of strength here.
Yeah, I think the mechanical aura on this team is actually scary, and I think that's gonna be the strength of this team, is to lean a lot on that individual, like the skill expression for this roster is just so high, and I think they're going to lean into it to kind of patch up the holes that they might have with the map pool, along with some of the strategy, right? Because they're a brand new team. They made 2 swaps as well. They lost T-Dog Daggio, they lost Young Bones, they're bringing in Muddy, they're bringing in Recoil, both of which players have done phenomenal jobs in the past in VCL. I'm very excited to see this roster in action. I think the way they're also probably feeling very good after their win versus Evil Genius's Academy, and it was a very decisive win as well on top of that. So I think overall this roster is looking good. They're feeling good. I'm excited to see them play here against this team for MBG.
Especially too, someone that I'm excited to see more of, especially too in these winning ways, is Muddy. Muddy is definitely not a stranger to the challenger scene, but a couple of these teams, I mean, any sort of competitive environment, some teams have to lose out, and maybe being on these rosters that aren't getting the most amount of wins, he hasn't necessarily been talked about as much, Emily, but when you look at the board, across the board, and the numbers he can put up, like, I'm glad that we get this moment to really be able to highlight him.
No, for sure, especially considering like his past where he was that duelist player, swapping to controller and it being very natural, and him having such an aggro role on the Omen is just really refreshing to see, because we don't see that often. He's willing to fight, he's willing to be aggressive, and he is also mechanically gifted, so why not? And he just makes it look so easy because he's just winning all these fights. And one thing that I'm personally excited for is that even when he was on that duelist role, he was pretty successful in his clutches, in those 1v1s, in those 1v2s, and now I'm hoping we get to see a lot more out of that, and excited to kind of, I don't know, maybe even see like a Twitter highlight reel coming in from him now that he's on this role where he will be put in those positions a lot more. Hopefully it doesn't have to come down to that, but if it does, I'm not complaining. I'm excited to see Muddy pop off.
I feel like with ADG as well, you can just literally roll a dice, and whoever it lands on, they're gonna get the montage. Because what they have like 4 previous duelists. Like it's crazy the roles and the mechanical power on this roster. And I think that being in the duelist role is probably the role that gets the most time with like the super micro like decisions that you have to make constantly. Which I feel like since we're in this like very dually heavy meta, you get rewarded for having players like this that can think fast, that can find gaps quickly, that can kind of feel out pressure and apply pressure. And they have so many of them on one roster, they're all popping off. And with time, as they get even more and more comfortable with their roles, they get more integrated into a structure. It could be a scary team. It could be a huge X Factor roster.
I mean, for who's going to be taking the montage reel, I think it's going to be either one of the 2 players featured in our Philips Norelco head-to-head here. We look at Chaotic, and again, Chaotic has definitely been a player that I've enjoyed watching in the past, but son of a car, last series was essentially that montage, just a casual plus 29 out there, Emily. Like, oh my God.
Yeah, against sleepers of all teams, like what is that about when they're like the dark horse of stage 1, literally farming everyone mechanically and just kind of running it down? But Son of Car was able to kind of defeat that and just kind of be like such a self-sufficient duelist, almost dropping 400 ACS there. And like his movement on all these different movement agents like Neon, Waylay, being that soloist duelist, he's so annoying to play against. Like he's so hard to shut down. And one thing about him is he will fight and keep fighting. Like he's not afraid to kind of run it down even when we're up numbers, because he is so confident in his aim to take him down. And then on the other side, you have Chaotic, who is a little more contained, really focused on following up Q and locking down those trades and consistently having a pretty high ACS too as well. Like, I think around 200 ACS over the last few matches that he's played, but he fits his role really well. And the fact that he doesn't have to be like this superstar duelist, considering they already have 2 of those players like that on his roster.
Yeah, that is the crazy part. And I think for me, at least for the Son of Car side, is what makes him kind of a special person is he not only plays a lot of the duelists, like some of the duelists are only like Waylay players or Neon players, and they're like kind of flexing to these other duelists. But it feels like with
Match found.
Let's make some noise.
used to say, a fight is won before the first punch is thrown. We've trained, we are ready, and now we win.
Gotta go. I'm out of here.
Going out.
I'm out of here. Reloading. Reloading.
There.
Enemy spotted.
Smoke's up. Last player standing.
Sage, pick your battles. Every fight you take should be worth fighting. Not just for us, but for you.
Saving.
Break's over.
Smoke's resonating.
Go, go, go.
There.
Watch out. Sentry. Be at peace. Turret down. Reloading. There. One dead. Enemy spotted. I'm out of here. Reloading.
Last player standing. Thirty seconds left.
Is everyone's tech still working? Double check it, please. Alarm bot out. Enemy spotted. A.
Smoke's up.
Here.
30 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
My time. Smoke's resonating.
Last player standing.
We will claw our way back up to the light.
Let's play slow.
Go, go, go!
Smoke's up. Here's a heal. My ult's ready. Smoke's resonating.
One enemy remaining.
That was their best, huh? Not impressed.
Watching here. Gun here.
Their phoenix may feel immortal. I shall remind
need a
you just
drop.
how mortal he truly is.
I need a drop. I need a drop.
I'm out of here.
Tip the balance in our favor. Here, enemy spotted mid.
My territory, my rules!
Our spike's down. Smoke's up.
Spike down A.
Smoke's resonating. That's a good cut.
30 seconds left.
Right here, right there.
Last player standing.
I can hold an area pretty well myself. Go, go, go. Make sure to cover the angles I can't.
You're dead!
My turn.
Smoke's up.
Gotta go.
My ult's ready.
You will not kill my allies.
30 seconds left.
Confirmed kill. Enemy spotted. B. My ultimate is ready.
One enemy remaining.
Smoke's resonating. Smoke's up.
10 seconds left.
Turret out.
They're standing.
Destroyed. Found them. Swarm grenade out. Listen up. Kill them before they kill us.
I need a drop. I need a drop.
Quick peeks now.
There.
Here we go.
There.
Enemy spotted B. Be at peace.
Healing.
Smoke's resonating. Smoke's up.
30 seconds left.
Smoke's resonating.
Here. Plant the spike.
Spike down
Plant
A.
the spike.
Last player standing. 10 seconds left.
Trust each other. That's all.
Enemy A.
Smoke's resonating.
Nowhere to run!
Spike down mid. Last player standing.
No more sofa.
30 seconds left.
I'm over them. I'm out of here.
Enemy spotted B.
Smoke's resonating. Smoke's up.
Spike down B. Thirty seconds left. Last player standing. Spike down mid. Oh. 10 seconds left.
Smoke's resonating. I have the spike.
One enemy remaining.
Don't die. If you need help figuring out how, just ask.
Hey, we start thinking
Go,
we'll
go, go.
lose, we will.
Gotta go. Go, go, go.
Smoke's resonating. Smoke's resonating. Smoke's up.
Thirty seconds left.
My territory! I have them now!
One enemy remaining.
That's a concussion.
10 seconds left.
My time. Here's a heal. Smoke's resonating. There.
Last player standing.
Watch for my tech, everyone. If I throw it left and you go right, I can't heal you. Or hurt you, for that matter.
Locating targets.
Smoke's up.
One suppressed.
I'm out of here.
Turret out. Smoke's
Joke's over! You're dead!
Last round before the switch.
Hey, hermanos, spend everything you have.
Go, go, go!
Weapons up, guns open.
I got spike.
Spike down A.
Spike carrier is down.
Last player standing.
Smoke's resonating. Smoke's up.
30 seconds left.
Mine.
Switching sides.
They keep trying to silence us. We keep talking. Don't take their shit.
Gotta go.
Smoke's resonating.
Here.
There. Smoke's up.
Last player standing.
die. It was great knowing you all. Also, delete my hard drive. Placing sentry.
We go!
Smoke's resonating. That's a concuss. Smoke's resonating.
Multiple enemies A.
I'm concussing. My time.
Bad move.
Mute. Smoke's up.
Last player standing. Spike planted.
Smoke's resonating.
Rana, clock ticking. Gotta go.
There.
There. Drone is down.
Enemy spotted A.
Spike down A.
Spike A.
Bueno.
There.
There.
Spike down A.
Joke's over! You're dead!
Smoke's up.
One enemy remaining.
There.
Last player standing. 30 seconds left. Spike planted.
Stand tall. We are Valorant. We are fighters.
No backing out now.
I'm out
Last player standing.
Sage killed. Bot coming back.
Match point.
Sound is everything on the battlefield, so listen for noises. You'll hear those jerks before you see them.
I need a drop.
Smoke's resonating. Smoke's up.
Joke's over! You're dead!
You had your fun. My turn.
Enemy spotted.
Gotta go.
Strike down A.
You will not kill my allies.
Enemy remaining. Spike planted. Attackers win. Match found.
Let's make some noise.
Sage, I'll teach you how to control my seekers if you teach me how to raise the dead. Fair trade, I reckon.
Done here.
Need a drop. Need a drop. There. Spike planted.
Enemy spotted A.
Smoke's resonating.
Dead enough. Last player standing. My time. One enemy remaining.
All right. I'm sorry, but this is shit.
Everyone give Sage a break. Crying over every bruise. I'm here.
Save it.
Through the calm, I see. Through the storm, I fight. Watching here. Here.
Joke's over! You're dead!
Spike planted.
Smoke's up.
Last player standing.
Drink some water, reload your mags, and let's get back out there.
As one.
Smoke's resonating. There. That's a concuss.
Betrayed you.
Back off.
Last player standing.
Lick your enemy, India. It helps with accuracy.
Joke's over! You're dead!
planted.
That's a concussion. Right here, right now.
Taken out. Reloading.
So fair. I'm concussing.
Hawk out.
Last player standing.
The symphony of death. Don't worry.
Quer esteja só de visita por hoje, quer considere a cúpula o seu lar, sabemos que vai gostar desta pérola do oceano.
I have your back.
Down you go.
Spike down A.
Smoke's up.
Hawk out.
Spike planted.
End. Enemy spotted A. My turn.
Done.
Enemy spotted A. Time.
Smoke's up.
Scout destroyed.
My turn. I'm concussing.
Enemy spotted A. Hawk out.
Last player standing.
If you see one of my creatures, it's a good thing, alright?
We'll figure out what they do eventually. Help a girl out, would you?
I will hold up the stars.
Joke's over! You're dead!
Smoke's down.
One enemy remaining. Spike planted.
Gun here.
Cheers, mate. My ultimate. Don't even
Start that shit, mate.
We have come back from worse. Let's go.
I've got cash. Anyone need
it.
I've got cash. Anyone need something?
Need a drop. Thanks.
Need a drop. Help a girl out, would ya? Cheers, mate.
Turn it up.
Help.
Smoke's up. Smoke's resonating. That's a concuss. That's a concuss.
Spike planted.
Smoke's down. Enemy spotted A. See ya. Molly. Out of charge.
Last player
Not ready
standing.
yet. Sleep tight. Ready to sign up for this shit.
One enemy remaining.
That's great. These parasites aren't going to take one step past this place.
Joke's over! You're dead!
Smoke's up. Smoke's resonating.
Spike planted.
I could work with that. My time.
Last player standing.
Out. Hawk out. Blinded. Hawk out. Blinded. Lives are so meaningless.
Isto é um comunicado especial de Atlas. A segurança dimensional é para si motivo de preocupação. Aprenda a identificar intrusos alfa para proteger o nosso mundo.
Safety's off.
Smoke's up. My time.
Dim beacon here.
Being safe.
For you.
Molly.
Spike planted.
Launching smoke.
Enemy spotted. Your duty is not over.
One enemy remaining.
Reloading.
Not the boom you hoped for.
Another fight? Clean slate. Let's leave whatever happened in the past.
Need a drop. Thanks. Back each other up. Smoke's resonating. Smoke's up.
You will not kill my
Joke's
ally.
over! You're dead!
Spike planted. Last player standing. Last round in the half.
Don't save anything. Last chance to use our stuff.
Držite se, ljudi.
Dim beacon here. Launching smoke.
Smoke's
Smoke's
resonating.
down.
Time
There.
to hunt.
Right here, right now.
There can come.
Molly.
I'm concussing. Concussing.
Oi! And this!
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Fun. My turn.
Spike planted.
Nowhere to...
Switching sides.
They're just batteries. I need a recharge.
There. Let's play slow.
Let's play slow.
You fought well.
Smoke's resonating.
Fully smoked. Dim beacon down. Planted.
Smoke's resonating.
Enemy spotted B.
My turn.
One down.
One enemy remaining.
Hawk out.
Bagged and tagged.
Don't sit down. We're not done yet.
in my view.
Enemy spotted mid. Good bird. Enemy spotted B.
There.
Finished.
For you.
Smoke's up.
Enemy spotted A.
Launching smoke. Stim beacon down.
That's a concuss.
Planet.
One enemy remaining.
Enemy spotted mid.
Okay, time for a protein shake.
Prepare yourself. We fight once again.
Gun here.
Gun here.
Forward.
Smoke's up.
Good attempt.
Smoke's resonating.
Shoot. Enemy spotted A. Die there.
30 seconds left.
Smoke's up.
Planet.
Enemy spotted B.
One enemy remaining.
Trust each other. That's all.
Need a drop.
Thank you.
Publicadas no nosso calendário de eventos.
Hawk out!
There.
Headshot. My ult's ready.
Smoke's resonating.
Gun here.
Plant the spike. Enemy spotted A. Piss off. Six out.
Smoke's President.
30 seconds left.
Hawk out.
Spike planted. My ult's ready. Enemy spotted.
One
B.
enemy remaining.
Forward down.
Enemy spotted. B.
As much as this world hurt me, it's mine. We will kill to defend it. Reloading. Reloading.
Don't give them ground.
Scout destroyed. Reloading.
Reloading.
One left.
Your duty is not over. Back where
One enemy remaining.
Enemy spotted A.
You were
We move as a unit, okay? Last thing I need is some hero messing things up.
Back each other up.
enemy spotted B.
Focus up.
Fully smoked. Beacon here.
Cutting their vision.
Joke's over. You're dead.
Spike down B. Last player standing.
Nowhere to run.
One enemy remaining. 30 seconds left.
Now there's some serenity. Sky, I am so fighting.
Lock in.
Enemy spotted.
Launching smoke. Fires out.
Enemy spotted me.
Last player standing. Spike down A.
They will cover.
I'm no doctor, but I can patch a bullet hole or two.
Need a drop.
Let me know if you need healing.
Can someone get this?
No backing out now.
Taken down. Beacon down. Fully smoked. Light planet.
Barrier clear. You will not kill my allies!
Joke's over. You're dead.
Last player standing.
Open up the sky. Fires out. Molly. That's 3.
One enemy remaining.
And 4.
What will it be this time? Have any patterns emerged yet?
Need a drop.
Can someone get this?
Thanks.
I got yous, okay?
Spike down B.
Muted.
Last player standing.
Smoke's resonating.
We know what we're doing. Trust each other and we'll be fine.
Need a drop. Need a drop. Need a drop.
Time to mobilize my pack.
Scout destroyed.
Fire's out. Stim beacon down.
Your duty is not over. Return to dust.
Last player standing. Thirty seconds left. Ten seconds left.
My ult's ready. Spike planted. Smoke's down. Smoke's down.
One enemy remaining.
That's 3. Open up the sky. That's why they put me in charge.
They don't have a single life worth saving. Need a drop.
Need a drop.
Thank you.
Can someone get this?
Rush them.
Smoke's up.
Enemy spotted B.
Match point.
Make sure to follow my pack in. They'll lead us right to the enemy.
We survive.
Spike down A. Last player standing. Flawless. Defenders win.
With Son of Car, he's able to flex into almost all the roles. He could do the waylay, he could do the neon, and he's also able to op, and he's also able to take on these like different paces and different styles of rounds, and he's able to put up these numbers is so impressive, especially against a team like you guys said, a very mechanically strong sleepers. But for Chaotic, he's like the get in your face player. He's the one that's like applying pressure, making a lot of space for his team, has to do a lot of these things, sometimes unsupported, and it feels like he lives up to the name. It's not an ironic name, it's a literal name. He's just chaotic, and he's there to cause chaos, and he's there to open up these situations for the rest of his team.
I love when the name just right there, it just fits so well. I'm definitely anticipating such a step-up series from both of these teams. We highlighted how many previous duelists on the one side. Son of Car is just phenomenal. So let's start diving into it with the map picks and bans. Again, we're still pretty early within this meta and within stage 2 of things, but it's going to be Haven to start things out. I mean, we got to see Nightblood Gaming here when it was Son of Car dropping big numbers here. So I'm not necessarily surprised, Emily, to see this up first.
No, not at all. And I also think it's very interesting because we're kind of getting a clash of comps here again, because on majority of the maps that we've seen so far, NBG do love running like a solo duelist, solo controller, which is kind of crazy in this meta, and also just having that double innie and a lot of util to kind of support Son of Car being able to run it down. And ADG love having that aggression, love having that double duel. So I'm excited to see Haven coming in as the first map, seeing that brawl towards A, seeing those fast retakes, hopefully coming in on the side of ADG, and just being able to have some absolute brawls. And same thing across all these maps. These are all maps where you can fight for lanes. You can have those fast retakes and kind of just util dump or run it down with that double duel. So I'm excited. I think it's going to be pretty high-paced, fast rounds. But I also wouldn't mind seeing a team like NBG slow it down and try and use that to their advantage.
Yeah, and just looking at the composition that NBG's chosen in their last match on Haven, I mean, it's kind of an unconventional one. We've seen it a little bit in the past with the Chamber and the Vice, specifically the double Sentinel. Not a very common thing to say. Oh, I almost just freaked out saying it out loud. Double Senti. When is the last time you heard that one? But it's wild. I think the style works, especially when the fact that they have a strong opera and you have the Vice to slow things down. I think the meta that they stumbled on Haven makes sense. I'm curious to see how it's going to fare out against a team that is very going to be run it down, very fast paced. It's going to be interesting how it pans out on that first map.
That second map too, it's going to be strong for both of the teams. We've gotten a little taste of both of them running it on Lotus. So I don't know, this could be a great series ahead. But getting into the predictions, going into this one, I mean, I myself have always been on the side of Nightblood Gaming. I feel like in their first match here within stage 2, it has been phenomenal. So I instantly locked in that prediction. I feel pretty strong about it after seeing the map. Emily is so quirky, so against the
Dude,
grain.
again, I'm all alone. Again, and I just don't understand because ADG, keep in mind, ADG is the team that eliminated NBG back in Swiss last stage, okay? So this is a little bit of a rematch, but I also just have a lot of faith in their mechanics and just the ability for them to be able to run it down on this double duelist. I think it's really hard to combat. Whereas on the other side, like, yes, you have 5 really talented players that can all have their pop-up games, but if they find a way to be able to shut down Son of Car, I think that could put a real stint in NBG's overall game plan.
Listen, my logic is very simple, okay? Anyone that can make Sleepers look like a bad team is my prediction for the next match. That's all I'm gonna say. Like, if you can make Sleepers look like the way they did again in that last match, you got my vote of confidence for the future matches.
Okay, but it kind of looked like Sleepers was sleeping a little bit there. And you see them in the next best of 3 and they're absolutely dominating again. They're on fire. I just think they need a little bit of a wake-up call going into stage 2. But I'm actually really excited to see this double send because I don't know exactly how it will play out on the attack, considering that we do love to kind of set up Son of Car for success. We love sending Son of Car in and being able to run it down, but having a solo Sova to do that and not really any hard flashes besides the Omen Blind and Vise Rose or Flash or whatever you want to call it, it's kind of tough.
Yep, I mean, I'm just leading towards the push and pull that's going to be coming out from NBG, but I'm focusing on that first half because the defensive side is going to be tricky for ADG to problem solve the Vice wall, to problem solve the Vice utility. The Sova utility from Rico is going to have to be really on point, really precise to deal with the Vines. It's going to be definitely a tough thing if they can't get anything going. I imagine getting that early momentum in that first half is going to be so important for ADG to kind of get things rolling and allow yourselves a little bit more room on that second half.
And also going into that defensive half for ADG, they have a similar comp. They have the Senti, they have double controller instead, but that's almost better than the double Senti that NBG is running, considering they have a chamber that doesn't have a strong kit. Whereas on the side of ADG, you have the Viper Mollies, you have the Vipers, you have so much delay with the Omen, KJ, and Viper duo that it's going to be a tough wall to kind of break through.
I mean, we'll have to see if it's capable of it as we are ready to go into Haven. NBG going up against ADG. Let's hop into it, see how these got face off against each other, and who's going to take the win with your casters, Marks and Teneric.
Thanks, Sierra. A matchup between two teams that were just on the cusp in the previous stage. Nightblood Gaming trying to get the 2 wins they got last stage in the first 4 days of it. They went 2-4 in matches and +0 in rounds the previous stage. Azure Dragon 3-4 in matches, -1 in round differential. Marks, these are teams that fight like hell, take it all the way to the brink, and that have made changes between splits, introducing a couple of new elements and a win into the equation. Who is going to take it here?
See, I think that Sierra really hit the nail on the head, talking about so many of these players that we've seen for so long have crazy pop-off moments, and all of these teams just kind of picking them up, making some changes after the last split, and there's so much to be excited about. Obviously, the last match that we got to saw was super fun, super exciting, but this one is just the same. Like, once again, you look at the player names, and you know what these guys are capable of, especially Fireball Ops on the chamber now, who, once again, it looked pretty damn good from Nightblood Gaming the last time we saw them on Haven. And so you know that they're ready to just make this one work out yet again. And there is a lot of this Vice utility proven to be a bit difficult here to deal with, but Sacred starts us out with a pick onto Son of Car.
There's already the most crucial thing you've got to do most of these rounds is deal with that top fragging duelist. Seeing Son of Car get to run rampant in that previous match against Sleepers, it was like Christmas. It was like watching a stallion run free across an open field. Just so good to see him back in his element. But getting thwarted this early, good start for ADG on the pistol, and Chaotic is going to take that opportunity to slide in and grab a 2-piece very quickly. Nice execution from ADG onto a vulnerable B site, and that already looks to be curtains for the pistol.
Yeah, Monsi is just looking for an opportunity, but given the fact that they only really have this classic in hand, I don't know how much value you're going to be able to walk away with this one. Might find a good timing onto Hugh, just on the other side there. But yeah, this one should be pretty open and shut. An excellent start here for ADG. And commenting on the different styles of how these duelists want to play, right? Like, the desk highlighted how Chaotic, you know, wants to be a little bit more tactical, play his role extremely well, play with the squad, send out when he needs to, and kind of do what he needs to get done. Whereas on the other side, Sudakar is kind of just like deadlifting. Whenever he's just like, oh, I'm alone. It's fine. Let's see what I can do here. You know, cracking his knuckles and tries to just clutch up multiple rounds. And so it really comes down to two really different mentalities coming through from both of these teams. And I think the pick onto the chamber also reinforces that NBG, they're purely just about the frags. They're purely playing for those moments where they can find the spring on ADG, while ADG want to be very, not stock standard, but play the game of Valorant like Valorant is supposed to be played with, you know, good utility, good spacing, and playing off of one another extremely well.
And even so, such differing play styles lead to the same kind of outcome. Pick a number between 1 and 10. That's the player getting the multi-kill this round.
Wow.
Sacred, nice turn onto Practo with the opener. And yeah, I mean, you see every other member of NBG isolated to a degree here, just trying to get theirs. It's Fireball Ops and Son of Kar that are the most notorious initiators of this, and the latter is going to attempt to dash in with this shorty, get a little bit of chip damage in. Can't get too much. ADG keeping their distance. Fireball Ops next lurk check, only good for the 1-for-1, and seems like NBG are not going to be able to scrape away enough to come away with this follow-up. ADG, so far, very clean, very put together, very good Valor.
30 seconds left.
Oh! Okay.
No, I'm not saying you cursed that. However.
No, I did. No, I didn't. Got one.
Okay,
fine.
Okay. I'm just saying, man. I'm just saying. But yeah, I mean, that's the other thing you really have to consider, right? Like, ADG composed of just a bunch of duelists or previous duelists kind of coming together, changing up their roles and seeing what they can really make work, right? But
yeah, seeing Q and Muddy on smokes is like crazy.
Right? Like, we can talk about the whole duelist controller pipeline here, but it just feels like it just every single time we see a match just reigns true yet again. So already bit of a skirmish happening outside of B main, just trying to trade some information here. This is going to be the buy up for Nightblood Gaming, but on the other side, ADG actually dig into their pockets and pull out pretty much rifles across the board with Muddy, the only person with a Guardian in hand, as it's just a patient play right now. Nightblood Gaming just trying to get a read on where these guys might be going.
Feels like if NBG are playing enough for the singular like kills and the self-sufficiency, then ADG can really lean into that bit and punish it consistently. If you're able to find someone isolated. The thing about NBG players is, though, is that they are so unflinchingly patient. So really tough to try to force someone into a vulnerable position unless you're the one that aggresses first. And yeah, they'll start pushing Monty's buttons here on the B site. Chaotic, nice double take in, but Zeke is there in time and he's able to grab a second on the doorway. Now can just reopen that B site almost simultaneously as the spike goes down, and it's NBG that have more than enough resources to deal with it this time. The bonus looking pretty clean. Yeah, they can just start pack swinging and taking over Son of Kar, making sure he gets his own solo dolo on the way down to prove that he can still cut it, and he'll have to. We got a long game to play.
Great job from Nightblood Gaming there onto that retake, and really, even though he's the one person who died there, I think that Monty had a big part to play. The paranoia just slowing things down for a second allows for the team actually to set up their utility so that they can punish the out of position members of ADG as they try to flood back through. We saw how they like to path their way onto the B site on the offense, making sure to clear out the back corner, make sure to catch those timings thanks to Chaotic being so quick on this Neon. But that stall with the paranoia just enables Nightblood Gaming to get themselves set up to allow the crossfire to make sure that everything goes punished. They're not letting ADG get away with anything there, and it makes a big difference on that round. And so, yet again, we're seeing it's a push-up onto this A site. Already, though, Practo is able to find a kill.
Awkward attempt at the punish. The pre-fire not really leading to anything here. It's just that 1-for-1. Recoil yet to get on the board. And again, NBG, now that you've lost 1-for-1, it doesn't really matter that it's your Sova. You don't need intel. You just need to wait until everyone comes in and then you fight.
On the other hand, though, how do ADG decide to try and take this one? They've completely just pumped the brakes now, trying to play off of whatever information they can. but a little bit of information will be given away by the trip if they decide to go down there. It's right now Monsi yet again facing down the barrel of a gun, paranoia in hand, looking for a repeat of what we just saw.
Smoke it first to force Chaotic to make the call to drive in. There's the paranoia, but Chaotic can deal with it, and there's no response. Son of Car gets on, but the stun does everything, plus the paranoia again. Son of Car, welcome back, buddy.
Remember how I was talking about the difference in duelist play style and how Son of Car is just kind of deadlifting the team? Well, you put squatting onto there too, because that was just kind of crazy. Nobody else on that site for NBG, and yet Son of Car just flies in so confident with the play here, finds the double, and then immediately just cleans things out.
Was that his relay that also found Hugh too?
Yeah.
That's such a great like call on himself. That's nuts, man.
Like, once again, NBG, they build their composition around these players just being able to frag out of their minds, right? Like, that's all the utility. Okay. That's,
get me out of here.
Man. All right. Through the smoke. And I think that was an orb denial as well. So Recoil was not actually able to get the Hunter's Fury online.
Yeah.
So not exactly how things wanted to go. Hugh caught off guard as well. And this one's all said and done.
Yeah, that's your one step up gone. Again, it's like ADG, you know they're going to have a couple pieces to throw at this, and they'll make some good distance, but that's just because that's how NBG likes to play it. They'll allow it, because you can't really do anything with it. Oh, well, Muddy has managed to get back that going. I don't get the free kill on a prac, though, right? Oh! Nasty work.
The answer was no, Tenrek.
No, yeah.
I was like, oh, if it's an Odin, you know, that's pretty good value economically speaking, but yeah, I don't know, man. Zeke able to walk away with those 2 kills really just was like, Nightblood Gaming sitting there like, all right, well, what do we do now, right? Not much, I guess. And so Practo still doesn't have the Hunter's Fury on, or sorry, Recoil doesn't have the Hunter's Fury online. I wonder if they just kind of go for the orb there, get that tool kind of online off of Chaotic, using the overdrive to find those timings, but Son of Car's ready to take that duel.
Yeah, you gotta have more than one Hunter's Fury this half if you're ADG. Oh, quick fight down A lane. Good lord! Those 2 top fraggers are going nuts. Fireball Ops and Son of Car. I mean, so many of the strats is letting Fireball Ops work on his own. Yep. I mean, that was all of stage 1 of NBG, really, is teams fighting NBG and realizing, hey, the best way for us to win is to just not walk into where Fireball Ops is holding, because he's so good at taking our swings. And then, God, the stack on top of Carson there. That is so nasty. And now they still have their ults. They barely had to use a thing there.
Yep.
ADG is back to a really shoddy buy. We're 6 rounds deep. Still no Hunter's Fury used yet. I mean, we're really like, this is a tremendous start by Nightblood after Pistols.
No. Keep dunking on ADG a little bit more, because you were just lining up all of the bullet points now of why this is so hard for them. But that, like, you're talking exactly up to the style that Nightblood Gaming want to play. I'm not saying, like, I'm going to use the word cosmetic here for Zeke, Monty, and Practo, because they're spraying their bullets, but last round, it was just Fireball Ops and Son of Car actually being the impact, right? Like, it's just all setting up their 2 duelists, and that tends to be how Nightblood Gaming find those very flawless victory rounds. Once again, Zeke, Monty, and Practo have been doing an excellent job at setting up those duelists, and they can hold things down on their own. But once again, the stars of the show right now are Son of Car and Fireball Ops. And I like that ADG do take that time out, because after that last round, like, that's a tilter, and you got to get that mental back online if you want to make this happen. And that's not a good way for it to start.
Oh, man. Just meeting every checkpoint. Look how NBG is condensed on this, too. The C presence is just gone. They'd rather man the garage and just trade their way through it. And they will, right? Well, yeah, now Hugh can get quadruple teamed for all I care. I mean, that is another quick silencing. 5-2 here, and it seems like ADG are not entirely sure where to strike. And I mean, coming into this, we did talk about how this is going to be kind of not an unstoppable force, immovable object type deal, but like 10 unstoppable forces kind of just running around the map a little bit.
Yeah.
And I mean, ADG, they definitely have a good pack mentality. I think, you know, new IGL, 2 new members on the team. There's definitely a lot of adjustment that needs to be made in terms of being able to speed up your execs, make sure your comms are clean.
Yeah.
But even that doesn't matter right now. Like, NBG is just getting in front of even that. We don't even get a chance to see the blueprint.
No, we really don't. And I still love the way that Nightblood Gaming are setting up their individual players, because there's always somebody ready to support after that initial shot gets fired off. Like, you see Fireball Ops on that chamber, Zeke immediately there, ready to cover just in case they try and push the chamber. And the same thing is more or less said with Son of Kar as well. Monty kind of being that person who's playing watch over the Neon flying through. And so I love what NBG have kind of cooked up here, and we're seeing them really play to their strengths. Uh-oh, awkward timing. Sacred goes down.
That's so awkward, man. Wow.
But I still think that there is an opportunity for ADD to start to get themselves back in. They just have to figure out really how to deal with this pressure that the double duelists are doing.
That's a great step out from Recoil. He had such an isolated lane to take A-site, but the second he steps out, he takes that space tenfold. And now the pit on top. Yeah, I mean, shoot, now that AG has 2 seconds to be able to use util, they have so much util that they can use.
Yeah.
And the leashes can come off, so can the gloves. And that is, well, I was about to say 4 players standing, but Chaotic decided to try to take on FBO. They have the pit, they have the spike, they have time. Fireball should just leave this B despite the blasphemous economy that they're working with right now. And that'll be a 3rd round taken by ADG, and it should be said, it only took 1 ultimate to do that. Still have the overdrive, still have the Hunter's Fury from Recoil, although I would love for him to use it soon so he can get another this half. ADG has options. This game is not even close to over.
Yep. It was really feeling like that was going to be the case earlier there, but ADG, they were able to kind of give them the slip onto that A site. We got to see Recoil navigate through more or less undetected and find those timings to shut down the members guarding A. And then once they kind of make their standpoint onto the site, the Viper's Pit is such a big win condition. Knowing how Fireball Ops plays, as well as Son of Kar, like, let's not forget, Son of Kar's initial role was pretty much just a chamber 1 trick for a long time before flexing and learning some of these other duelists, but you know that the preference is for some of those longer range duels, and so Viper's Pit just does a great job of shutting a lot of that down. This time, the 2 top fraggers, they make their presence known outside of A just to get Fireball Ops in position here, potentially finding a kill onto Hugh as soon as this wall kind of drops down.
Oh, daring to whip out the Headhunter for one more pot shot before TPing away. Just seeing if he can squeeze some more blood out of the stone. ADG now playing a little bit defaulty on the A lane. Now you get to see Practo and Zeke and Monsi use their util a little bit just to get that intel. Show NBG where they can start pinching. And there's the re-aggression. Son of Kar now here to join FBO, and Chaotic forced to use the fast lane. And now the Hunter's Fury trying to get him out, but Son of Kar just gonna pop his overdrive and start going crazy, going stupid. Zeke getting caught by the alarm bot, but Recoil's now isolated in the window, and Carson's got him next. He's on a feeding frenzy! Give the man his ace! Son of Kar! Meteoric strike on this B site, and it's 6-3.
And don't come back.
It's like it just shouldn't happen the way that it does. You see the heads of ADG turn around, watching the Neon fly through on the 80-80 strafing going through, and they just simply cannot do a darn thing. It's so aggressive from Son of Kar, but so much respect has to be paid towards this player that they just give up all of that room. And sure, that whole B hit was happening, but that just gave the opportunity away to Nightblood Gaming to completely get the surround on them on that B side. And simply, ADG were just not prepared for that level of speed to come through. Son of Kar already up to 16 kills. We're only 9 rounds into this map. Just off of an ace, and Chaotic gets spotted out immediately and has to get out of there, but it's still a little dicey.
Yeah, he leans into it. He'll go for the overdrive. Shock Dart does some impressive damage, has to get some util launched in to toss it back, but Hugh, in the meantime, getting caught so early on in the sewer, and Sacred now getting triple teamed causes the whole of the stack to have to come in, but Son of Kar yet again, quicker to the punch, and gets one more on the way down. Money's got to hold it down for his own and gets to himself to get this front line back up and kicking. But NBG, they can just take the space. Spread back out, take their ones, but Monsi fails. Falters, it's gotta be FBO. Money against Practo to trade it back, but he's so damn low. Fireball Ops, though, only has the one shots. So Money's able to at least get in front of the blocks, take a second spin, but Fireball's ready. And NBG will keep the streak going.
These timings, like, I gotta say, like, the core of Nightblood Gaming, being Zeke, Monty, and Practo, are doing a really good job at, like, being very stable. They allow for those crazy kind of pop-off moments there, and yet still in the midst of all of this chaos, even if they don't have their Guardian, their Hall Pass buddy with them, you know Fireball Ops and Son of Car are going to be able to find those kills. And really, the only way that ADG can kind of aim to counter them is either rely very heavily on their utility to flush out some of those angles to make sure the operator doesn't get value, or swing them with multiple bodies and hope that there's going to be no one there to kind of follow up on those players. But it's just such difficult win conditions being set up, and ADG still have not found their timings yet.
And you see NBG have already conditioned this lane so hard that Son of Car is already back over to the ceiling where ADG are finally opting to try going on this half buy. And that's where Practo's sitting with this Odin. Doesn't get a kill, though. And that weak spot potentially can get pressure pointed.
Look at this at the same time, though. Get to see Fireball Ops push out of A. Watching sewers right now. Killjoy ultimate will come online, so lockdown gets invested. Son of Car still kind of holding ground, actually. Finally will be able to back out of here, but it's still not far forwards enough that ADG can cleanly take this site. Flooding is going to happen, but it's going to be Monty going down.
Brother, that was ballsy as all get out. Chaotic, skirting into it, going for his own ace, but Zeke can cut that short. And reads the TP to Gong, so they should be ready for this crunch back. Does it matter, though? Not really, especially if FBO has this operator. Yeah, you just got to try and raid boss your way through it, and you can't. ADG recognizing that B is still the best site to head to with the lack of mobility that NBG boasts on the retake, and they'll use it to get around.
Yeah, but I hope that it's not too late that they've started to realize this. It is 7-4, so one more round left in this half. And quite frankly, given the firepower that ADG are bringing themselves in onto here, I know that they're trying to play just very default Valorant, you know, everything is exactly how we would expect. The utility flies here and all this type of stuff. But I kind of want to see them lean into a little bit more of an aggressive play style, kind of take some of those duels against Nightblood Gaming and really just kind of take the aggression back into their hands. Because we talked about how good these guys are just at shooting, and I think that they can mitigate a lot of that pressure if they're able to do so. But, well, tour de force makes it look easy. Sacred going down. So there's going to be one person down.
And recoil. Caught out by the vines and the slow zone. Quick and easy kill, number 2. And already, that's so much of your momentum gone. You got to just go with this B site. All reliable. The shear, though, from Zeke is here, so you can only get 2 in it once. They don't coordinate the jump. You, though, able to find Car. Very impressive kill. And that AAG, that free B site. Here comes Zeke, back of his own sheer. And Hugh second-guessing right into FBO's LOS. That's 3 for him, and now ADG's got to pivot to prevent the ace and the potential round. But they still got to pick up the spike to do it. Buddy, now the plant chaotic, having to watch back. Monsi gets his, traded away just in time for FBO to get the 4th. And NBG their 8th. Amazing defensive half from them, but then again, on the double senti, one would expect that. How does NBG adjust now on the swap?
It's so tough because you see just the confidence plays that are coming through from Nightblood Gaming, right? They're like, yeah, actually, I will take this 1v1 or whatever. And a triple wraparound from 3 different directions, up against 2 players, mind you. It's not supposed to go your way, and still Nightblood Gaming are able to walk away with that one. I think that right now, ADG, they have to take advantage of that mobility that Nightblood Gaming are a little bit slower on. The only person who can really kind of fly in onto that site is going to be Son of Car. You got to set up those traps for the Neon. You've got some tools to kind of mitigate that. Unfortunately, no Vise, which would have been really helpful in this kind of rock, paper, scissors-ish meta here. But otherwise, Nightblood Gaming, they're just going to kind of run their heads against the wall and try to find those opportunities. So starting out with the trade, Practo for Chaotic is not the worst actually for ADG, because Practo, a lot of that scan utility is now taken off the table.
BG super content with that Zeke. The walk up through the garage catches Sacred off guard, and now you can pretty safely pinch the C site. Son of Car turns to money as well. God, he's so good. And just like that, it's a 4v2. Pitiful health pool, though, for NBG. If you find the right moments, you can get back in and win another pistol. There's your one.
Okay, recoil.
Chip trade. And Carson again. This kid's on 10 HP, and he's getting 2. Unbelievable. Q has literally nothing left in the 1v3. At Sheriff, at least toss away Carson, but that double peek is no joke. NBG will get a pistol. Freedom to 10-4 if they have their way.
And good response coming through from Monty as soon as Hugh tries to launch that paranoia, find an opportunity. Not Monty, just shuts that one down. No opportunity available whatsoever. While Carr is once again farming, has 20 kills, mind you. Chaotic is the top on ADG, only with 9. So no players on ADG have found those double digits while NBG, I mean, I'm pretty sure they're just in rural land with how much they're farming. It's
Carson
crazy,
and
man.
Fireball Ops have more kills than the entire ADG combined right now. 35 to 34.
That's crazy. Quick maths, too.
Thank you. What I
Keeping
do
it
here.
mentally sharp here.
I look at numbers.
Throw educational on the tags for the stream. Yeah, but this time it's actually more patient from Nightblood Gaming. A little bit of a timing found onto Chaotic, but it's just ADG trying to set up these crossfires. So, like I was talking about, set up some traps. Be in those awkward positions where you catch Nightblood Gaming zipping and zapping in, but they don't check that one corner, and as a result, you get a free kill off of it. And it really could secure the round, as Muddy almost finds that, actually.
Yeah. I mean, you can do a good amount of sequencing with the double controller here. Like, you can take out a good portion of the site, maybe tunnel your way through the space. ADG makes their way back, but you're still gonna play for the exit frags at the end of the day.
Yep.
Carson on this outlaw. Hell yeah, brother. Give him more. Make that KDA back to 3.
It'll get there. Just, hopefully we don't run out of rounds.
Matter of time, yeah, exactly. That'll run out first.
But, like, you look at how this is going, right? The core of NBG is just so powerful, and that allows Son of Car to be able to go wherever the heck he wants. He's able to get those exploratory parts there. As it does get a little bit dicey here, but it should still be the round 1 as Zeke is able to shut that one down. But it's because the core of Nightblood Gaming are so solid that that flexibility, that kind of let's get that guy out of there, let's see what he can do all of that fun stuff. It enables Son of Car to really lean into that chaotic gameplay, which I think teams that have previously had Son of Car have really struggled to find where he fits in, right? Because sometimes you just kind of send it and then the rest of the team is left standing like, what do we do? But this time around, Nightblood Gaming with Fireball Ops on the chamber, they've got somebody just in case Son of Car goes down. So all the pieces really feel like they're working together in this well-oiled machine.
Oh my God! I can't get enough of this kid, man.
It's crazy.
He's just so entertaining. There is a reason NBG has never stopped believing in him. And all it took was an anchor that can frag as hard as he can. Monty, TP up, catches gong, Muddy sticking around until Son of Car does it again. Outlaw shot's gone, no reload heard, but potentially the jump in, the shorty, traded away by Practo. Now a 2v2. ADG on the precipice of losing out on this bonus now, and Sacred holds on to it with an iron fist. Game still ain't over, folks. Azure Dragon, half 5 on the board.
Yep, 5 to 10, so they make that one work, but it's not exactly as clean as you would expect. Regardless, a win is a win. The flood in through there. You know, who said that tracking Neon mid-dash is hard? Because Son of Car makes it look easy with a sniper rifle as well, but this time it just really felt like the gun difference made a little bit too much of an impact. And it allowed for the time for Sacred to find that backstab in because there was that slight hesitation on Nightblood Gaming. This is what I wanted to see from ADG. If they want to pull this one back, they have to be a lot more decisive in their decision-making. And Chaotic actually fallen for the traps that time that I was encouraging ADG to set up.
Yeah.
As Fireball Ops finds Sacred as well, so not off to a good start.
Yeah, I mean, NBG with their own trap there, Amonsi with the quick TP, and Chaotic's just not prepared for it at all. Walked up by Zeke to the C lane after recoil, trades himself back. NBG just know exactly where to double down and where to skate away. To the point where now they forced Q to stick around on the A site while Muddy has to 1v4 on C. This is like systematic despite everybody being so singular. It is so odd, and I love watching it. It's the NBG that you really wanted to watch in stage 1. That takeover potential, that firepower on paper that was there and got them so close to winning so many of the matches in the Swiss. They don't want close, they want dominant, and they want playoffs. Another round closer to it.
Man, doing muddy dirty there. A triple sprayed out on a single corner with 2 rifles and an Odin. That is something else. But I once again, I just really love the work that has gone into this Nightblood Gaming squad. It feels like before, their issues were that they didn't know how to play in synchronicity with one another, right? But this time it really feels like, and this is very true of their last game as well. It really feels like they're allowing all of their players to just lean into the strengths of what they're good at, right? Like, we're finally seeing Son of Car get utilized so extremely well. Fireball Ops as well has been, you know, coming into the squad, playing forwards with the rest of them. The Util's kind of coming through really well for Monsi and Practo as well. And Zeke has been phenomenal on that lurk, right? There's so many options available for Nightblood Gaming to do whatever the heck that they want. And it's really working out. While ADG, it feels like they're trying to stick to the script, but against how this playstyle for Nightblood Gaming is kind of coming out swinging, they're not even really given an opportunity to think about what util they want to use, or think about how they want to play off of each other. Because by the time they thought about it, they're already dead.
Trying to make sure they stay light years ahead. Only a couple more rounds to get in and under the door before ADG try to set those rules. Say contest? One of the few chances ADG has had for it, and this time Carson has the overdrive in response, plus Monty spraying it down. Hugh gets in early, at least trades that back away, but Carson is overloaded and overclocked. He's got one. Watch it in the sewer. Hugh is able to get the timing on it, but Zeke trades that right back, and NBG put the foot to the floor to make it 3v2 against this eco.
Okay, Muddy's able to at least scoop up a rifle here. Sacred only has a Bucky. That's not how you wanted to play this one out, but Muddy really has to try and find this lurking timing. Looks like he will be able to just do that. Practo, Fireball Ops, and Zeke now are going to take this site. Keep in mind, Practo still has the Hunter's Fury available. But at this point, I imagine it's just going to be holding it into this next round to punish when ADG get it. But still, a tool is a tool if you can make it work. This is unconventional. Nightblood Gaming are going through sewers.
Zeke has the spike and he's walking back down. I'm not even going to question it, man.
They'll never see this one coming.
All right, there's the hold on the plant. They'll get in. ADG on the walk back. Sacred has a shot. I mean, he can't do anything here. Yeah, that's cooked. Sorry. And then the double senti setup, because they're so fast, they can just set up the opposite direction with the trademark. Yeah, with the trademark plus the vines. That is so nasty, man.
And it's like, it's not necessarily that they're either fast either, right? Like, it's just they're holding on to their util. They know, like, hey, we've got so much map control here. Let's just hold on to it, slowly walk our way up, find those timings, you know, annihilate anybody who kind of goes into our crosshairs, and then just set up the util to make it near impossible. And well, Nightblood Gaming will be more than successful here, as it really feels like we're destined for yet another stomp. Zeke as well, getting the Steel Garden online. There's so much to work with for Nightblood Gaming, while ADG have struggled to find the counter and won't even be able to get a full buy for this potential last round on this half. On this map, sorry.
Yeah, just continuously grasping at straws. And NBG, I mean, if you have this level of firepower and you keep them choked down, it's gonna look like this scoreline. See what they can do. You have the TP, overdrive in one, so Chaotic can refuel, maybe get a little more of a distance run going. Hunter's Fury early on, and Recoil has been red, drawn and quartered. Practo is a medium. Now speaking with the dead, how does that taste? ADG forced to just play around the outskirts, the barriers, the barricades. Chaotic already down to 20. Drops down early. No one's looking at the guy, so he gets a freebie. But now Practo, the spray back. Money able to dance around it. FBO managing the hell sight line, and now that Steel Garden placed. And the TDF launched up. Sacred walk back up through main. Prepared with money for this pinch, and Zeke's been caught. Sacred now red, has to get distracted. FBO with the TP. Monsi almost on his own, but it's Fireball Ops with the final frag, and it's a 13-5 victory on Haven for Nightblood Gaming. Good Lord, Marcus, that was impressive.
It was absolutely insane. To put this in perspective, when they faced Sleepers got 6 rounds on this one. So ADG just falling a little bit short of what Sleepers were able to do, but once again, it just looks so well coordinated coming through from Nightblood Gaming, and I really have to imagine that Veer has done such a good job at cleaning things up here, making sure that they've got all of these avenues open. All of their strengths are really shining through, and they just look absolutely unstoppable. We got to see ADG start to heat it up in that very last round where they started to play a little bit more aggressive. You know, we saw the drop down so early on, catching people off guard. That's what they have to do if they want to take down Nightblood Gaming, because at this point, Nightblood Gaming are just on a different level of pace and are feeling so damn comfortable playing off of one another, ready to take every single duel in front of them.
Yeah, so true. The desk spoke about it when we walked into this match. It was Azure Dragon that came into this with so much potential for individual firepower. Despite all of these role swaps, any one of these players is capable of clutching, multi-killing, going absolutely insane, but it's necessary now. We'll see if Nightblood Gaming take Lotus and the 2 stock after this break. Don't go anywhere.
Say the word. Okay.
Yeah, I can do it. I can do it.
Oh, sage, stage, sage, stage. Okay, I got it.
Sage, stage, sage, stage. Sage, stage, sage, stage. Clove, cove, clone, cover. Cove, clone, cove, cover.
Clove, cove, clone, cover, clove. This is too hard.
Raise, ace, clove, clone, gecko, stage, sage, echo, clove, cove, cover, clone, gecko, ace, raise, echo.
Raise, ace, clove, clone. Oh god. Clove, cove, cover, clone, gecko, ace, raise, eco. That's so hard.
I guess eco.
I did horrible.
I think I did pretty good. For someone who's not an English speaker, I did pretty decent.
Trim. Edge.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
I just Ordero na nato ang kuan day. Wala na palit ang iyang kung ano. Iyang drops.
Wala. Ano ba ni hapit, diba? You remember?
Sarap, no?
Bukas mag-grocery
Ay,
ka, bebe.
hindi pala yung i-bite. Ano pala yun? Mix.
Mag-grocery tayo.
Mix.
Grocery bukas. Ay, bukas o Sunday. Dito ka sa kwan, bebe, bagong grocery.
Wala ba tayo happy tone tayo sa'yo?
Papa, bata mo. No, it just. Ah! Ouch! I'm okay!
Fruit salad eh. Baka masira yung orange.
Natay ko na yung laki ng comments niyo.
Dami naman ang pinakain mo sa akin. Busog ako niyan. Uot ako.
What? Mama, I want more mango.
Wala na minggo. Ito na lang. Sabay. Ako na.
Need a drop.
Mom, paano mo yan na Christmas?
Sarap yan.
Mama, can I have just one ice cream in my hand? Please.
Ano nga, pulo-pulo na pulo siya. Pulo na bukat. Uwi ha. Ayaw yung sa pet.
Yay! Nahanap ko sa basa.
Spike down A. One enemy remaining. There. Last player standing. My time.
How do you smile? This is
Okay. Lagay na bait ng tutlo. Ang lamig! Ayaw!
I need warm. Warm, okay. I'm just gonna put this in a warm towel. So I don't wet.
Hooks up. On cool.
May damit na ayos. Starting tomorrow.
Let's not complicate this.
Kabot.
Go. Need a drop.
Need a drop. Thanks.
I'm out of here.
Ah, where should I put this? Where should I put this? Where should I put?
There.
It's melting!
Apo, okay kamay na.
I need to cook it. It's too soon.
Low na yun.
Oh, die. Ay, gani. The taste gani. Are you... Oy. Oy. Wala lang yung papa mo.
Last player standing.
It's like an ice cream. Hello. Yawa naman.
Nag-bite naman ko isa.
Mukha. Oh, baby, butang mo sa baso.
Ayaw yung ano ko.
Ay, mamaya ano.
Mami, kami.
Pop their egos. Smoke's resonating.
Dad, can you get my kind of phone guy na sa pandemya na sa tasa ng please?
Spike down A. One enemy remaining.
Change gun.
Mama. Mama, nawala na di ba ayun? Elsa?
So much for their elite ages.
Disney ba yan, Elsa na movie?
Surrender your face.
Need a drop.
Need a drop. Thanks.
Gotta go.
Wait. Wait. Wait, drop.
Smoke's resonating.
B.
104 clove. First kill, Faye.
If you are not doing well, keep trying. You must keep up appearances.
Smoke's resonating. Smoke's up.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
Okay, which gun to pick this time?
CC. Wait. CC.
Spike down. B. Will not kill my
Hold.
Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
Wait. Mine. I got it on my live, Aid. I got it on my live. Stay. I have ulti. Stay there, Neon.
Bingo!
Damn.
Spike planted.
Are you sleeping? Tulog ata tong ano eh. Tulog ata yung Neon. Maglaro ka muna ng maayos. Matay liso ha. Hey. Nice. Wall. Nice. Try.
Last round before the
Bingo!
Don't make it harder on yourself. Spend that. Does anyone have fun? Need a drop. Thanks.
Need a drop. Gun here.
Mama, look at this handsome hair.
I'm out of here.
Waffle.
Spike planted.
Grabe ang hili ay. GG. Nice try.
Switching sides.
Need a drop.
Malas yung chamber niya yun ah.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
Let's see what kept us in the cold and dark.
Hey, Ray, C. Let's go C. C. Go C, go C. Don't lose your life. Come here, I have heal. C. I have heal.
One enemy remaining.
Sound is everything on the battlefield, so listen for noises. You'll hear those different things.
One enemy remaining.
Yep. Aim. Get block. Ah, grabe.
Spike down. C.
ng mapa, bobo. Malagkit na.
Need a drop. Drop. Need a drop. Thanks.
Need a drop. Gotta go.
I want to do the handstand.
Get back.
One enemy remaining.
Ito magkapit daw. Dili man ka mo watch day. Dapat ilipat mo yan.
You will not kill my allies.
Come here. Oy.
Player standing.
Ay, ang tagal. Naantay yun? Kakalurk eh.
Need a drop. Thanks.
Bagal. Oh. Ingay mo. Yan na, tao yan na.
Ay! Magkano yan? Gasak ko eh. Sandali lang, sandali lang.
Bye-bye daw, bye-bye. Bye-bye po. Ah. Lagay mo yan dyan sa...
Get back, get back! Get back! Kill him.
You will not kill my ally. Last player standing.
Wala yun eh.
Spike down A.
Ay, ang hina ng chamber.
Lili, sa bangko sa day, sa bangko day.
Dito, dito, dito.
Anyone needs an energy boost out there? I got it. I need a drop.
Lul, tanga. Bagal mo nga mag-react kanina. Tanga-tanga mo. Entry na bobo. Lurk ng lurk.
One enemy remaining.
Smoke's resonating. Smoke's up.
30 seconds left.
Don't get stuck. God, where to go. We'll drop.
One enemy remaining.
I'll find you.
30 seconds left.
it left and you go right, I can't heal you.
Lurk lang alam. Tanga naman. Kay anong Rage, maraming pera. Bobo naman.
Spike down. C.
Smoke's up. Smoke's resonating.
Hala, grabe! Low yan, dalawa.
Yana, can you tell me what time is it on the phone? Yana, nandiyan ba phone ko?
10 o'clock na.
30 seconds left.
10 o'clock.
Hindi, sa akong cellphone.
10 o'clock na.
Cellphone nga. Nye. Bobo naman pala yung Rage.
Can you read the time sa phone?
Entry na naglo-lurk.
I don't know, 10 o'clock na.
Hindi na maulig yan sa cloud. Cellphone.
Ay, 6.
Walang ambag din.
6.
6, 1, 28.
Okay.
I'm 29 na.
Kahapon pa darating yung Rage.
Overtime.
Ibang tanga.
Need a drop. Thank you. Holding position.
nga ng race. Wait, tago. Wait, atras.
Smoke's resonating. Get healed. That's a concuss. My trick.
Last player standing.
141. Ano? Tanga. Ay!
Switching sides. Overtime.
Nahulot lagi ang
Trust each other.
orange. Kasi lagi. Ay. I was checking it and there's no more.
Need a drop. Thanks. Smoke's resonating.
Hi!
Spike down. C.
Fade E, fade E.
Smoke's up.
Spike down A. Enemy remaining.
Ay! Ayaw sa ba?
Switching sides.
Need a drop.
Kung sumasama sana yung magandang race. Bobo kasi. Naka-entry na sana, bobo talaga.
Ayaw lagi ba?
Ngayon pa. Bobo kasi mag-satchel.
Ay, dili ko ganahan sa likod.
Tubo kasi mag-satchel na yun.
Smoke's resonating.
Bobo na raise. Ala, imuha na hindi clean with you. Yan na, you get the mango fruit, you pour it in the fruit basket.
What?
Pour it in the fruit basket.
And mango? What is mango?
Nothing.
I don't.
Nasa sink.
Ay. Mama, mango daw.
Saan na mango dito?
Ito. Orange.
Pour it in the fruit basket.
Tik-tik-tik-tak.
Okay. Go, go, go. Hindi ni water. Alam ko hata di lang. Ay, mga po. Okay.
Ede, magkuha mo kakao. Kanang panis mong kakao kuhaan.
Ay, padalhin ko lagi na ako. Okay na? Pwede na? Pwede ba?
Saan akong kwarta dito?
Match found.
We can choose the character. Oh. Ito. Stick to my hair.
It's okay na. Tanggalin mo. Balik mo dun.
There.
Lubis, hindi pa po 1K sa Gcash niya.
Ha?
1K sa Gcash. Send ko.
I'm telling you, in battle size, imagine awesome. And then
So, chick ang bago.
Okay.
Ang bago na gan mo. Bago lahat.
1K o kanang sig. Kanang 1K o kanang sigarilyo?
O cash. Gusto mo utang na lang. Utang na lang ang 1K. Ha?
Yes! Papa, ano sabi mo? Sa akin ikaw nag-ingon?
Sige.
close up. Cutting through.
Ay, walang aim. Walang aim, ang duelist. Uy, bigay mo yan kaya no, Gecko.
Ay, buwan naman lang. Kulog-kulog na. Anong pillow, may hammer. Ano, anong stuff ko. Anong hindi mo dyan. Hindi, kako mo nga to.
One enemy remaining.
Goy.
Wala na yung space dito sa hotel pag magnao. Magnao. Isip mo ng choice.
Grabing swerte.
Lahat! Ay! Isip mo kung tarong. Tarong nga ba? Isulod sa basket ba? Uy, pag magnao, magpapayin kong gabi. Ano kayo sa side na? Magpagkabalo kang mag-join sa inyo.
I think they will be. Nadalag yung pa content shots. Joke naman to, baby.
Gay! Gay!
Uy, grabe. Hold. Ultimate. Nice.
It hurts, but I'm good. Do what we do. Get back to chilling. Need a drop.
Reyna. Not yet. Okay.
Do you need something?
Ako'y girit.
Enemy remaining.
My territory! Mine! I have them now!
Take their minds off.
That's not what I can smell. This TV needs a clean nap. Come on, you.
But you haven't finished your food.
Sorry, just need to change you first.
Wait, Daddy. It'll be fast if I help. Actually, I'll wait here.
Time to jump. So fascinating.
And Mother and Daddy have almost finished their maze.
The hunt begins.
One enemy remaining.
The mess is all cleaned up, and everyone has finished their food. That means it's
If anyone needs an energy boost out there, I got it.
George love having ice cream after dinner.
Masih ada satu.
And it's always
Nggak bisa sama gue. Au.
family are on their way to have a special dinner. Not quite.
Kenapa nemuin buku kakaknya selesai?
No worries. The underground. Come.
Ayo kontrol.
Oh yeah! Monster on the loose! Women's gonna play the game.
All the plates are empty.
Thanks, little man.
Maybe at this restaurant, the food is pretend. Very much tasty food, actually. It's not pretend food, Peppa. It's a buffet.
So we get to take our plates and choose the food we want. George.
One enemy remaining.
Some different foods. How about some yummy soup, Peppa?
Ooh, yes, please.
She even loves trying them together. Oh, well, I guess that's one thing to do, isn't it?
Looks like I call everything plate.
Well, you certainly do have a little bit of everything, Peppa. George does not want an everything plate. That's all right, George. That's part of the fun of a buffet. Everyone has what they like.
Yummy. Want some, Daddy?
Oh,
Na coffee day wala.
Oh, yes, this one. Oh, come on then. Oh, that is delicious, Peppa. Seems you want your something with your everything plate. Can I go and get a little bit more, please? Okay. I think I'd like to try my own everything plate.
Peppa is very excited to make even more yummy combinations.
Try those some of these crunchy noodles, Madison Bell. Ooh, so tasty. I would never have put those together. I can't decide which soup, Peppa. I like both. Then have both, Daddy.
Come on, you. Everyone is enjoying trying lots of new foods together.
It's time for the best part. Oh, the person next to you loves you very much.
Fascinating.
What's mine, Daddy?
It says sometimes to try new things, you have to make them.
Seems better off.
Today, Peppa and her family
excuse. Diyan ako. Dali, nanawag ni mo.
Hello. Hello. No. Serya dilaw. Okay, okay.
Lingkod.
Joke's over! You're dead!
And a pink one. Ooh, and an orange one.
Just pick the ones you like, Peppa.
Okay. Thank you, food train.
Oh, but maybe not all the ones you like. 2 or 3 should be plenty.
Bye-bye, food train.
Spike down B.
Ano sila? Wait, wait.
It's how they eat sushi in
Last player standing. Spike down B.
Just ask us. They can be a bit tricky. Whoops. I don't need any help. You're natural. Let me take a video for Tony and Grandpa Pig. Whoopsie. Runaway food, Daddy Pig.
30 seconds left.
Maybe one of the chefs. We'll find it. Try these. They're easy squeezing.
Can someone get this?
Thank you, chefs. Josh is thirsty work using chopsticks.
Peppa loves eating at the sushi restaurant. Good thing our drinks are here. Peppa and her family are ordering lunch at a cereal shop. Peppa, don't order. Joke's over! You're
Alis, alis dito. Gobi dito. Bibi.
Uy, ayaw ikuan mo tayo mo. Mag-interview na ba ko rin?
Gobi!
Spike down A.
Nice, Euro!
The chefs have received Peppa's order from the machine. And the target worked.
One enemy remaining.
My territory, my rules.
30 seconds left.
George's
Break up me.
Wow,
ayaw
look
dyan.
at him. Look at this one. Look at it.
Nasaan na mo, Bibi?
Ay.
Can't wait for his special surprise. Now it's
Kira?
Pig's turn.
Wala na yun. Hindi, wala na mo. Parang nga ang tuba sa TR doon.
Ang dami mo kasi buhok.
Ayaw lagi.
Right.
Kaya mag-interview ko.
Makilala ko yung bugkos.
Mag-interview lagi daw. Wala na mo saradi ang CR day. Yan na. Paliw ko sarado sa CRB.
Ay, unsa man. Kanang lahi ni, di ba? Lahi ni, ug lahi ang 1K.
Doon na 1K mga 700.
Wala ako, okay?
Ha?
Ibugkos ko lang ang pinahuli.
Day, tagay sa akong space, day, be.
Maano yung okay?
Go, Gecko.
Wow.
enemy remaining. No charges.
Pero dili ka maigaw.
Last round in the half.
Spend it all before it's gone.
I need a drop.
We've got thriller vanilla, banana Yubiapana, chocolate.
Oh, and Mr. Bull has come to sell smoothies. Get your smoothie here! The freshest, fruitiest, roomiest smoothie begins!
Pag human akong interview niya, papad na sa kuha nga.
Ha?
Pag human sa interview na ako ba kay tanaw na ko inyong kuan din ang mga email o mga access.
Wala akong tumutanaw.
Nasaan nga ang 1,000?
One enemy remaining.
Why? Ay, naku.
Switching sides.
Dating pagtingin. Nabuwa ka mong ipansin ni Chinuwi ako ang kuan mo eh. Email siya yung kasahon.
Mahal mo gito ang gas. Wala Alang gas lang. Alang gas.
Yung gani, yung batas ano, mahalang gas. 6 hours sa manggugpo. Kanas, dako ba ya ang ligas sa kung kanang 8 hours ka nga anang rate. 6 hours sa manggugpo. Pero okay ra gyud mo, ayaw na kay tugo. Uy, awar gud akong buhaton, kay time card na lang, natulog pa jud. Bakit pa yung interest? Palit ko kapi. Ala, oy, kami ka lang kumundangan ng kapi, oy.
Spike planted.
Usakas ako, mag-review sa ako. May interview ako ngayon.
One enemy remaining.
Dahil
Last player standing.
Stop trying.
Nice. Sheriff.
Today, Peppa and her family are at the World Food Festival.
I don't care if there are 5 of them or
Sudan tuod.
Ha?
Mga unang mo.
Saan siya?
Sudan.
Sudan. Snack.
Kasi tawag ganun. Palit ba akong kapi?
sa akin ice cream.
Yan na. Ito na munchkins. Wala siya. Wala pin.
Ay, pistachio. Wala siya cookies.
Nanana baby pala.
Ay, sabi.
Mr. Rabbit is from Wales and he likes making Welsh food.
Muka ay!
Enemy remaining. Spike down mid.
Inside. Look, bukoy, woman. Nagpapagawa pag-live mo.
keep trying to silence us. Keep talking. Need a drop.
Is from France and
God,
a bit
please.
of an expert at making French food.
Bumaba na si Tanggol.
Et voilà, one for each of you. That is very oniony. Oh my God. Merci. Merci, Madame Gazelle. Try not to die. This looks like a little fire.
Very, very spicy. Spicy. Some of Mr. Bull's very spicy chili.
Sa moka, oy!
Pepper and George are trying as many new foods as
Dali,
they
pagkat mo lingi sa...
vegetable
Ang grabe nga bata.
fermented cabbage
Man lang mulingi sa tuon.
from Germany and vegetable dumplings from China.
Yun, ay ganda.
Bakit ang daming smoke at na? Lagi na ikaw nagsunog-smoke.
Sa moka na sa HA. Wag lang. Lolo lang. Lolo. Hindi yun nasa kaliwa.
One enemy remaining.
Lolo. Dipagin mo, diffuse. Ah, grabe yung Sage! Grabe yung Sage. May iron na kapasok.
Malagot ko ha, yan na ha.
Siya malapit.
Prangkit na mga prangkit na si Asam.
Down below, everyone is setting up
Mana, nagiyat-yatag niya, nagiyat.
Nice of click. So kung mayroon nun si Mong 1k lang. Ayun, dito yung matag. Matandog sa mouse.
Daddy Pig and Pepper are adding lots of flavors to the popcorn.
Hyper na po di manay.
Bata.
Makuan ko usay, sobraan ka. Kuan, ganang gusto na ko mag-usay. Mga di, wala kong kuan ba? Yes, agad, mag-review na ko dyan.
Spike down. One enemy remaining.
It is almost time for the movie. Please ready. It is a bit windy now.
Match point. Don't quit. Commit right now. We can do this.
Euro ulti. Ulti.
Smoke's resonating.
Sige mo, ulti ang pahak.
One enemy remaining. Spike down mid. Team 8. Defenders win.
GG! Noob, Sage!
The mystery sweet machine has made a red sweet.
Can you guess the flavor, Edward? I think the flavor profile of this particular confectionery is pineapple, but pineapples aren't red. Edmund must have got it wrong.
But Edmund doesn't get things wrong.
Actually, he's right. It is
its machine turns yummy fruit into sweets with a completely different color.